Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're live now. We're live. We're
Awesome.
live and direct, coming to you from the Jewish Business Corridor.
Right, right. Well, come here from Busan, Korea, where not a single word of English is spoken. I'm pretty sure I'm, if not one of the only white Americans here on Yongdo Island. And, white nationalists love to talk about, a day where whites have immediately replaced themselves. Well, I mean, if they would like to know what that society is like, why don't they go to a non-white country where there is no white people and ask themselves if it's good or bad? To white nationalists, they say, "Oh, it's so bad, bad, bad," and it's like, well, why is it bad? And it really boils down to no one looks like me, and I don't own anything. Well, maybe language is a category of the mind, and that the way you speak a language also has to do with the racial makeup of the environment you grew up in. So if you grew up on a peninsula near somewhere of the eastern part of the world, then of course the way you think about nature is going to be aligned with some pagan values outside of Judeo-Christian origin of the Middle East. And that means that the construct of language seems to be more natural to what is good. And so, what I am saying is that perhaps white nationalism is a byproduct of modernity, that white nationalism was brought up when people started to hyperfixate that they were individuals in a society of a collective of individuals, which means the birth of liberalism. And so to say liberalism can only be practiced by people of European descent assumes that liberalism or being white means you have to be in the same club, kind of like being Jews, or at least second class Jews. Now, to apply that to a different part of the world where there are no whites and there are no Jews, well, this is where you get people like Debito Arrudo, who will write about embedded racism, that racism, quote unquote, a buzzword in and of itself, was constructed 70 years ago by Magnus Hirschfeld to justify his gay relationship with his Chinese boyfriend, to assume that there are supposedly racial hatred and that express shortcut word is racism. And then you start to assume in English and in not Japanese that the Japanese are racist. Well, again, it serves only for when you speak English. And if you were to make a direct translation of his work to Japanese, the Japanese words constructing the sentences would self-defeat the logic that implies that we're all the same, that English does so well to have that possible thought process that came from, evolutionary psychology and critical geography and all that. And so, do we really blame Arrudo for inciting that the Japanese are racist and not catering to his interests? I wouldn't say it's the same thing as Indian or black immigrants coming into the country. I would assume that the white way of living is assuming everybody's the same in a very weird ideology of sameness way. And so, as much as there's a front for Black Lives Matter, we're all the same, there's also Starbucks cafes and art galleries and concert venues and dog parks and zoos and recycling. This could only be apparent because of European altruism, which you do not see with the Japanese who want to hunt and kill whales or further objectify their women as sex slaves or in brothels because they know in that part of the world sex is normal and natalism is good, while whites seemingly brought the Jewish belief that life is a privilege. There's Planned Parenthood. Abortions are okay. If you don't feel like it, then don't do it. All these weird contradictions of sorts, which you do not see here in Korea. Now, I understand that there is a population decline because of this weird Emil Durkheim type of suicidal capitalism happening. But again, you'll just import more white men for the Korean women and Vietnamese women for the Korean men. And then you are going to compound two different racial groups, probably a Vietnamese Korean underclass and an upper class full of Korean Eurasians. It's still Korean in character because they're all speaking Korean. And when push comes to shove, then they'll start saying, I want to speak English. I want to speak Vietnamese. And while they will see types of racial conflicts we're not ready to discuss, because so much of the liberal mindset is, I'm trying to live my best life. I know I don't have influence to change on anything, but what Margaret Thatcher used to say is, Tina, there is no alternative. And you're seeing this kind of depressive mindset of Mark Fisher-esque capitalist realism, or this regurgitation of pseudo-Marxist thought, but it's just celebrating the liberal mindset, just live your best life. It doesn't matter if you're a serial killer or not. And so it's getting highly against virtue. And so to make a long story short, most people will never believe you are having your best life, as liberals like to say, in Korea or Japan or China, is because they don't believe it in America, where they all speak English using words like cope, chopped. I can't remember most of the words now because it's a crash out, because these were not made up by young people. They were made up by people in an academic laboratory to do psychological warfare to justify a certain liberal agenda. But yeah, to make a long story short, these words do not exist in Korea. And if you're a white man in Asia, well, your sexual market value is way higher. People want you to assimilate in the country. It's not like you're being it's not like you want to take it away or have a power position that you own anything. The property argument that nationalists love to make. What is there to own, right? You create a synthesis that your identity of your future children have something new beyond your control. You can only contribute to virtue as you act upon it. And most people don't seem to understand this, because I think what Rene Girard says, the envious basically tear down those who are successful. I mean, I'm not saying that it's a might is right social Darwinian stance, but it seems like those who do not think and do not understand the path to enlightenment, they just assume when you think everyone's the same, you want to destroy any type of virtue, any type of difference, any type of role modeling, muse, and excellence in favor of creating a state of language, which means everyone is the same and not spectacular, and we all have to listen to the same Black American music and lower forms of art. You think it would be that simple for people to get, which everyone knows. So this is why I think we are now seeing the most bourgeois paranoia panic of everyone putting up fake fronts to get something else in return, whether it's through their written language, their everyday lives. But then at the end of the day, you kind of have to detox, and this is probably explains the conundrum of a white guy leaving to Nebraska, marrying a Japanese woman in Hawaii, and then saying, I never was American, I'm Hawaiian, right? So yeah, you do. I think that's ultimately justified when you realize that your identity is a subjective stance compared to this white nationalist weird fantasy that
Well,
you have legacy and things like that, right?
so have you ever heard of this term called symbolic reference? Have you ever heard that term before?
That's like Pierre. I can't pronounce it. My French is so bad. It's like symbolic violence. That's Pierre Bourdieu. It begins with a B. Probably went over it once, but the ideal is there's a euphemism in the text. I mean, it's not like Umberto Eco, sign and signifier, but it's this ideal of how symbols go about. But you tell me.
So what do you think of
What's
that
that?
as like a real thing or not?
I think if we were to take symbolic violence, I mean, I'm not going to be the best expert on that topic. I can tell about sign and signifier, but I would say that you can't reduce the world down to non-linguistic signs because it would defeat the purpose of language. If you see, like, if you gave in to your basic impulses, you would give in to an animalistic type of state. I guess Rene Girard was correct to say in a Freudian or Lacanian way that, yes, psychoanalysis is correct, but we're still human. It's just understanding our human parts instead of denying it. I think that is correct. But I wouldn't go to a state to imply that we should be animalistic and point out things because, well, the language doesn't exist and it's just sign. I think that's really stupid because it basically doesn't want to do its math homework or calculus or anything like that. It just believes in mental health or something.
Well, do you think that man's ability to read signs or make signs or interpret signs is a like evidence of divinity, and do you think that goes across the board for all humans, or do you think that that's like there's like I was listening to that Owen Cook video and he's like, well, only 10% of people really have a soul, even though they have the same capability or something like that. So I guess like I'm kind of, how do you really like I guess what I'm saying is like, is our ability to make and interpret signs like a sign of actual divinity, or would you say it's more of like or a side of divinity, or is it more of like, is language real in the way that like Plato was trying to say, or just
Yeah.
like
Language is absolutely real because the way we put particles and adjectives and nouns and words together in that and to create synthesis out of our mouth and use our throat as a filter to oscillate sounds, and we hear it back through vibrations, and we have something called eye contact and things that were made of manners to get where we were, where we can stand on our 2 feet and walk and present ourselves with a suit and tie and lecture to people, is all real. To deny that and say that we should be doing sign language or something are just lower forms of art. Not even art, I'm sorry, lower forms of technology. Or not even that, I mean lower forms of communication. I would be very cautious about words like art and technology. Art means expression. So if you're expressing something, not everything in society is expressive. If you have a military, you're not expressing yourself. You're protecting the country, right? Or, technology is not everything about art either. Technology helps us. It's man-made. It's a utility, and yet it's ultimately only required to make us civilized. But there are some people out there, reactionary types, that want to stop the acceleration of technology. So I guess we live like the Amish in Pennsylvania or something. And this is, I think, what shocked a lot of those Puritan types in the 80s is when Japanese and Asians were using technology and living natural lives where the women are hot, the men are smart, they make good art, and they incorporate technology like every day else. And it gave some kind of weird Francis Fukuyama thing where I guess liberal democratic capitalist societies will be fine as long as they have your Asian children. Uh, I think that's kind of a weird hopeful ideal where if you tell somebody I'm a socialist but I don't like communism, it kind of gets the point home where you'd prefer a society, an economy made by people, but you don't want the unattainable. In other words, socialism is attainable, but communism is unattainable because communism is just a state of mind of overabundance and post scarcity. And so it's just like saying in these word games of sorts, I'm a nationalist, but I would never support civic nationalism, even though the word is in there, because then you're not really a nationalist. You're really this thing in your head that you want to listen to this kind of music and that kind of art, but you don't like those people who like that subject that isn't hip and cool anymore, right? It's not logical. And I think that's kind of, we were talking about earlier, like Hillary Putnam's twin Earth theory. If there were two exact Earths and there are two exact people who discovered water was H2O. The other said it's XYZ. They didn't discover it yet. And yet two people refer to water as the same thing, but they're two different things. There's a problem, but you can't say meaning is just in the head. And so going back on the divine, I don't know if God gave us the power to have a language over monkeys, to see things and to articulate these powerful thought processes. I mean, I'm not going to be full scientist or full nihilist on this, but I'm just saying that you shouldn't subscribe yourself to some weird Jewish holier than thou thing. We did it on the act of destiny type of ordeal. I'm saying that if you speak, write in Korean compared to speaking, writing, and saying things in English, in Korean, you're going to have a more gentle view of existence, like an operating system computer, compared to, say, English, which makes you open and hyper aware and ironic about the world. And yet we tell the whole entire world to speak English. And when non-whites speak English, the first thing they do is damn European people and demand
Right.
equity
Yeah.
from them.
So do you think that do you know how they do like those INGT whatever the fuck? I don't even know what they are, but you know what I mean. Like every girl has like an INTJB
Uh,
peanut butter jelly
yeah, I'm
sandwich
the
in her.
architect. I did one. I think I was INJP. I think I was the architecture. I did that before. And
So like, would you say that English kind of like predisposes you to like high levels of openness and high levels of like
correct.
neuroticism and okay,
So
yeah. So
it's not Noam Chomsky said this, correct? Yeah.
right. So basically, what I'm saying is like if a Korean person had like this quote unquote personality test given to them, right? Like it would show that like in general, with a few exception of outliers, it would there's a certain type of personality that develops out of the Korean language, right?
Right.
Is that what?
And
Okay.
then what happens is whether that's through genetics or cultural anthropology, maybe it's evolutionary psychology, being on a peninsula where it's cold near Japan. But listen, if they were to speak English, they might have a whitewashed soul, and we somehow think that's high sexual market value in our country. But when push comes to shove, if the Korean learns English, he starts implying a Korean mind process while speaking in English. It confuses. It's like parroting. Like if a bowerbird collects things that are blue to attract a mate, but does other things not to like that mate, then it's parroting. And it's easy. It's like as old as stick bugs in the forest that look like a stick so no predator eats it. Or a barrel-eyed fish in the deep blue sea looks like a fake eyes, has a fake face in order to eat its prey upon itself. The camouflaging is real. And now I'm not saying, be wary about any non-white who doesn't speak English, but we should come to the comfortable conclusion that the mind isn't this egalitarian, easy access computer that the Silicon Valley elite would like to do. I mean, if Jeffrey Epstein in his files is writing, the first thing I'll do in power is give every single black American a brain chip in their brain so they won't commit violence and they'll be smart like whites, right? That's admitting there's a certain reality of the world. And even if you were to give everyone high IQ, are we supposed to be like Klingons for Star Trek? Or are we supposed to be this kind of hippie mom out in Lake Tahoe, smoking weed, doing drugs, smoke cigarettes, listen to be ironic, use all these weird, strange words that have an ideological, like the word racism, right? I really think it started with words like in the beatnik square. You said someone was square, someone was uncool. But now it's accelerated to a point where people are just so aloof and say, hey, the recent Bulgarian protest, that was a Gen Z protest. Wow, Gen Z is smart. I'm like, are you sure that was a protest by 18-year-olds? It sounds like it's a bunch of 70, 60-year-olds who broke their government. And so there's way too much power given to young people when young people are barely comprehending these sentences, or if you tell them what like Rene Girard album Planet is, they don't know. So why is there so much hope that you reinstall the program or is teaching, learning kids language, and they don't live up to it? Well, I'll put it this way. For all the propaganda in the last 15 years of Elliot Rodgers and hating white male Asian female since the post excitement of 1993, 2003 with Giant Robot Magazine and celebrating that, and then turning an eye against that, saying hate, hate, hate. Well, if you keep hating on those people, the very white male Asian females are going to resist and basically become and protest and say, I want this life over the supposed equity of the late Gen X, early millennials. And we're now seeing that on X, and they're trying to stomp out that Asian girl white sexual interest where, you know,
Right.
like I made up these terms, white sexual, Asian sexual. I just say these words and somebody calls it buzzword, right? What do you mean buzzword? I made up these words. But it's funny they call it a buzzword because that means it's the possibility that these words have always written and existed on objective Wikipedia. So as long as you keep saying it, like back then they would say HAPA, it's an incorrect term. They now use the hip term Wasian. And that was something on TikTok, right? You know, I didn't, that was like 3 years ago. And now that's just taken for granted. That's what people now say half white, half Asian is, or Wasian. And yet, the wording of who you introduce, if you just throw it out there, like I say, Asian sexual will now become the norm compared to, say, yellow fever and so that's what it is. It is why people who revise the Holocaust are not Holocaust deniers. They're called Holocaust revisionists. It's the way you present yourself. Rather, we're criticizing the liberal dominant Jewish world order that is trying to stifle anti-liberal opposition. And that's what I'm saying. If you gave that white boy in Kentucky a good life in Tucson, he would be so happy compared to working at the Dollar Tree, thinking he's trans and pretending to be an intellectual on Snake for Nokia Engage and getting a design research in debt. It's just that liberal lifestyle programmed by boomers is falling apart. And I think a part of this, you know, it's now becoming so much of a norm that, you know, if you create this liberal narrative, once upon a time, all these beautiful non-white people wanted to come to the United States of America in the 1930s to start a new life. Well, what if you did that to other parts of the world that did not celebrate democratic liberal capitalism? What are you doing? Are you flooding their gates? Or are you saying the project has failed? Let's create a multipolarity of these projects and see where it goes. Instead, whites are moving to China and becoming a part of the China.
Right.
Is it racist now? Right. And
Right.
this is what
Well,
this is what
right.
Alexander Dugin's pushing too.
Well, and the thing is like this, like here's the thing is like, and this is kind of what I'm trying to get at. So I'm going to use two examples, and you can tell me what you think. So like on the one hand, like maybe multipolarity is ultimately like a Jewish trick to like infiltrate all anti-liberalism with like with like a pseudo anti-liberalism. That's possible, right? But
Right.
at the same time, if we embody anti-liberalism in the face of the subversion, it still becomes real whether they intended that or
Right.
not, right? And I think
Well, that's why I
and I
chose the
think
word
yeah,
anti-liberalism because there's so much divide in what you would call the far right space that it has to be white nationalist. It has to be that, and that only.
well
There's
that's
one
the
thing
side
we're united
that's the
by. The
side
Dark Enlightenment was a
yeah.
hatred for the American liberal way of life, and if we lose that, and we say, you know, we have these tenets to believe that race is real, men and women are different, violence is in existence, this is base, this is what, and if we lose any of those points, we are liberal, because an anti-liberal doesn't believe in the transhumanist world. It's not reactionary. It's just this way. It is what made, you know, far right movements
It's
possible.
more it's more like planting your feet down rather than like like reacting to somebody who's
Right.
like
And
accusing
then
you.
compromising within the liberal system. Because then at the end of the day, you're no different from the gay guy who doesn't want children if you declare liberalism as a friend. if you're just a queer individual with an eccentric subcultural background celebrated by John Waters, then why does any of this matter? And that's the problem with these Nazi movements, like
Well,
people like
right.
Zoltanus or Thomas 77, is they're into the
Well,
subculture and
well,
aesthetics, not the
well,
logic.
it's funny after Johnny Knoxville like destroyed his body in the name of like, hey bro, liberalism, jackass.
Right.
Johnny Knoxville then decides to marry a an Asian woman
Oh,
with
really?
John Waters as John Waters as the priest. So there you go.
I mean, well, it gets even more creepy when John Waters passed me my master's degree and I shook his hand at School of Visual Arts. So I don't know if that's my priest or my rabbi. But it must be one big family. Like, oh yeah, don't worry, Johnny Knoxville. I already shook Pilleater's hand in 2022. Don't worry, it's
Yeah,
all one,
yeah.
and that's your boss.
Now 8 years later, I have approved your marriage because now we can talk about it openly because we have a
Right.
plan.
It's
So
like, and
like,
don't worry, I was already there to grant Pilleater the wish. He has his master's degree. I'm the benefit of the state. Don't worry about it. But I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. The connection gets really deep, and scary
yeah,
for sure.
exactly. Yeah.
And I
Well,
think it's so deep
yeah.
and scary. I'm not even in control of it. And what if I'm, being pawned for it?
Well, but it's funny because again, it's like Johnny Knoxville and the Jackass psyop, one of the biggest psyops on white nationalism ever, and people don't understand that. It's so fucking hilarious. It's like it's literally like a process purge, like very deep level psyop of like Jackass, CKY, all that. I mean, and people just think like, oh, it's just a bunch of guys who are hanging out with video cameras, like doing stunts or something. But like, dude, I don't know about you, but when I was growing up, like Jackass was a very influential part of every white guy's life in rural
Well,
America. I
what
mean,
was
it's
happening
like,
is that mimic desire, kids were emulating the stunts and hurting themselves as they were doing it as a way to say, go jump off a building because it's cool and masculine. And that's what was happening. They were literally lemmings falling off a cliff. But
right,
I will say this.
and Johnny
What's that?
Knoxville's rewarded an Asian lady at the end of his psyop. So
I mean, that's good for him. God bless. Sometimes, I mean, it's like a flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers. Sometimes you just can't stand it. Just give me the Japanese woman, and we're good. Where's my place in Tokyo? I don't blame him, but that's what I'm telling you is the good life. When you're in Busan or Japan or China or Thailand, you will see that it's not a rundown Norristown, Pennsylvania, and that there's something going on here. It's like this. You were saying before, if it's all liberalism, well, what are these so-called self-disclaimed Twitter bio, plural pronoun nationalists calling themselves? What are their arguments? We want ethno-nationalism for everyone. Everybody gets a nationalism, right? And what
you get a
are
nation, you get a nation, and
you
you
get
get a
an
nation.
exactly when Oprah gives everyone a car, you get a nationalism. But here's the funny part: Dugan and the left say, "Well, there's multipolarity. There is no X Instagram Western imperium. Everybody has a superpower. India's a superpower. China's and wait a second. If ethno-nationalism
Exactly.
and multipolarity are literally spouting the same thing in two different markets, then this is everybody's liberal. The difference is that
You got it.
this
That's
liberalism is
exactly right.
bad. This liberalism is bad because they're saying stop externally recognizing another person's free will. Do not create your own opposition party. We have a little hot topic subculture for you, and go home and just, smoke a doobie with your brother and talk about Blair White. That's what they're
Right.
into.
Yep. Well, it's funny you say that because Dugan's latest escapade was on Infowars again, and it was very
I
much
saw,
like,
I saw. You're right.
yeah, that was
I
fucking
saw that,
hilarious.
and I just listened to it a bit, and it's like, now, see, that's what it is. I say this, and white nationalists get mad at me. I say, multipolarity is just a politically correct term for ethno-nationalism. In
Right.
fact, Greg Johnson, for 7 years on his website, before Dugan popped off, was selling James Mason's Siege and Alexander Dugin's The Fourth Political Theory. And then he took it off because, well, now he's pro-Russian and not pro-Ukraine, because Johnson represents the liberal factions of liberals who are just racist and they want liberalism only for what? It's just, okay, then that's what multipolarity is. So what the heck are you? And this is the problem with nationalists, is that they seem to not, it's a very weird niche thing. It's like they don't want a socialist economic government. They want this way of life and this aesthetics, but this mind frame, and here's our movement.
It's like all the worst aspects of hipsters, but not the good hipsters that we were talking about. Like, so we have kids. It's like
it's not the 2007 hipster. It's not the 2006 hipster at all. The 20-year-old hipster. This is like this weird. I want to be a radical, like it's the 1960s, but it's the thoughts I think which makes me cutting edge and smart. And this, if I write to an open letter to get into graduate school, will get me a scholarship. And then I can brag to other people why I am a critical theory avant-garde philosopher. And this is what they've been doing for like 10 years now. And it's weird.
Well, it's funny because Alex Karp is like, those are the worst people in the world and we should basically wipe them out. Like, that's basically what Alex Karp is saying.
But the thing is, listen, they talk about, funny, if you remember 10 years ago, before Trump got elected, there was this huge talk about the Frankfurt School, that Marxists claimed power by going in the institution, that, Theodore Adorno and Horkheimer were there and used American liberalism to invert it to support values of Marxism, which came from Trotsky. So guess what the right-wing answer to it was? We'll do the same thing. We'll march through the institutions, the long march, all go in debt, get a job as a PhD, and then there's 2 fat black women and 3 white guys who read countercurrents, and then we'll just say Evola, 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 this hyper word, and then we'll be teaching a class in Florida that we're actually based Kevin McDonald's. Right. Yeah, that's what they actually believe in. And now some of them are in those power and they don't do anything.
But see, here's the thing is like, and this is the funny part, right? It's the commodification of knowledge and intellect to prepackage it and sell it to 95 IQ brown guy or white guy or whoever and say, now you have experienced intellect. And then these people go out in the world and they actually had zero desire and zero interest in anything other than status or whatever it is. And then people are shocked. Society falls apart. It's like, of course it's going to fall.
Here's another problem. They talk about how bad those Marxist professors were, and like these Marxist professors are woke because they're creating woke standards. Okay, let's suppose the new reign of professors all read countercurrents, all know Richard Spencer, all ate Nick Fuentes, and that's actually what's happening to the Republican Party, right? They all know that race is real, Jews are a problem, all this stuff, right? But let's add the context of ethno-nationalist, anti-racist, Trader Joe's, Starbucks, coffee-sipping liberal at Simon Rock College. And it's the year 2032. And he has a little position in the English department. And then he starts, spouting points by Jared Taylor and things we're reading now. And what if that becomes so annoying and so obnoxious that it's literally just, guess what, racially privileged liberalism? That you're just spouting what the boomers were spouting, or even modernists already knew about, but now you're just reactionary and contrarian to a point where I still believe in open debate and anybody, and we won't shame anyone, even though LaTanya can speak her mind if she's a black nationalist. And guess what? We also hate half white, half Asian kids because of Elliot Rodgers. There's nowhere in the dialogue with ethno-nationalists and multipolarity for a Eurasian state. It's either white or Asian. It's binary thinking. That's very dangerous. And that subversive propaganda that's been beginning in 2014 with the Hapa Reddit and, Elliot Rodgers, the Malay, English kid. And they're saying that all Eurasians, if you're white and Korean, are bad guys.
Yeah. I swear to God, like, since you told me about all this, it's like every time you go on like Twitter, especially Twitter or TikTok, it's like Oxford study or Elliot Rogers. That's
Yeah,
all
that's a
you
brand
see.
new one.
Yeah,
The Oxford study's only a year old, but listen, Oxford study should be advocating white male Asian female. It shouldn't be against it.
well, it does. No, it does. Well, see, here's what's funny is like they say it like it's an insult. Again, it's not even like a real study, but it's actually a positive indicator. It's like
Exactly.
it's actually a positive indicator. Like this is actually healthy, and they try to turn it into an insult. Like, oh, you're just an Oxford study. It's like that's like going and saying like you have the blood pressure study because you exercise. It's like okay, so
Well,
my blood pressure
exactly.
is
It's like if you say it's basically like this. It's like saying you live in a whites only community. I don't have to deal with blacks, right?
yeah.
It's
It's like
jealousy, right?
crime. You're not a crime. It's like okay, thanks, appreciate that. Thanks.
Exactly, because you can't insult something. It's envy because Oxford study is okay. The argument is okay. Sure, it's true. White male, Asian female is actually superior, and it's your ticket way out of this transhumanist homosexual world. Correct. But they consider it, the only people who consider it as an insult, as if we're not hyper aware of these things. And this is why I try to tell people, yes, we are. I have the AXA movement. I have Eurasian Justice Party. I'm a walking one man army. And then when I get a little more power with Safe Sleazy, that's when, pedophile panic begins in, which, by the way, Richard Hanania wrote an article on it. He calls it pedophile hysteria.
No,
Or
no,
they say, yeah,
yeah,
right.
that's a great thing that you sent me. I saw that. That was really awesome
Right. So
that
I
you
was about
sent.
to write the article, and then Hanania wrote it, and I was like, okay, forget it. He beat me to the joke because
Well,
it takes an ex
no, but
countercurrents writer to get to that point. So
no, but it's an intellectual jujitsu. Like you can infinitely go off that intellectual jujitsu. The other ones you sent me were really good too, and it's like I think that's what we really have to do is basically be like, you have to use their liberal tendencies to like fuck with their head, but you have
right.
to do it in innovative ways that haven't been thought of yet. And I
That's
think
why
that's what's
Safe
great.
Sleazy was so
Right.
powerful because everybody's Safe Sleazy and Luna. It was only scary when the advocate, me, was already writing about white male, Asian female social justice for 10 years now. And then they try to dig up and they say, oh, he trolls people on H. I never went
Well,
on r slash
well,
Happa Reddit, but
well,
it's like those
well,
people were already doing psyops against us.
well. This is why I think here's what people like us should do. We need to go make $10 million. We pay $100,000. Put a gay Nazi Chinese guy with a white
Arthur
liberal
Crumley.
guy on the cover of the Advocate magazine about gayness, and you do stuff like that, and then they're like, okay, wait a second, what's going on? And you're like, my fetish as a gay man for Nazi
Right.
white guys
You'll have to use enemy
healthy or
semantics
something.
to get that's intellectual jujitsu. You use enemy semantics to promote its opposite. I know I don't like the word fetish, but you might have to say there's nothing wrong having a fetish. See what you did there? Or you can't be racist for liking your own
Well,
people.
no,
See what you did
right.
there?
Well. That's actually what I was going to suggest. I think the new psyop we should run is this. I think we should say that fetish fetishizing things is healthy, and
Right.
basically like make some study, double blind study that shows like people who have a fetish towards like Asianarianism, something like that, and write like a
And
whole study.
here's another thing too. Asianarianism, which I made a website for 10 years ago, it's already normal now. There's Indian Twitter accounts that say, let's take up all the white women and do Indo-Aryanism. There's already weird other accounts saying, listen, Japanese women need white guys to have their babies, and everyone agrees. And the only person not agreeing are the English speaking um, I don't think they would like it. Well, again, if you're an
Well,
ethno-nationalist and you believe in your
well,
own
well,
property right, well, who's to
well,
say
well,
you know?
G, well, G7 is running their own psyops. Like I sent you all these like Nigerian guy in Taiwan, Nigerian guy in Japan.
Right.
You
Blacks can
know,
supposedly increase their intelligence by having Blasian children. That's what I think is
right.
what's really going down. What they're doing is they're saying we don't like the brown masses, but if we gave every brown mass an ugly, lower Q Asian, a Chinese woman or Southeast Asian, they would essentially have half Asian children, which means their IQ would increase by 20 digits. That's what's going down. That's what I think. I think
Right.
it's some weird genetic transhumanist program.
Right.
It's not by
Yeah, and
mechanical
again,
means, but by eugenics.
well, and again, here's the thing: is like they've done this psyop where they're running like the gay Jewish pedophile Epstein is so bad, but yet they're implementing his very plan as we speak. So it's like,
Right.
okay, so gay
Right.
Nazi
I
pedophile.
mean, again, when somebody is losing the argument, I've seen this so many times, when you win the argument, you can say you have facts and logic, Ben Shapiro, whatever, and there's a winning argument about a collapsing society, the opposition will change the goalpost and say, well, you're just a bad person objectively. Why? You're Jeffrey Dahmer. You're a serial killer. Therefore, your voice is moot because it just makes you. And this is what they did to Adolf Hitler. This is what they did to support the Holocaust. They basically said, why would anybody be a National Socialist if 6 million Jews died? And they've been running that gag for half a century now because it's not about your own research. It's not about the virtues of nationalism or socialism. It's basically, it should be rebuked because only serial killer bad people do it. Well, if we did do a survey of actual, serial killers and rapists and all that stuff, do you think they would have the IQ level to be National Socialists? There's something here, and this is what I'm seeing over again with pedophile panic, is that their
That's why
arguments
they
are
have.
losing. So you must rape children with no facts on it.
Right. Well, and here's the thing: is like, here's the funny part. Why is it that all the people that they're trying to coerce to be against what people like us are saying are actually now defending us, whether they admit it or not? So, like,
Right.
my point is, these people who are saying these stupid arguments against us, they actually make themselves look stupid and their position look stupid. So it helps us. And then all these Asian women they're trying to shame, like Oxford study, they're like, you know what? I do want to be with a white dude, so who gives a fuck? It's like, okay, so
Exactly. Sincerity
like,
wins against irony, against shame
they're like,
culture.
jokes on you, and then it's like, okay, great, thanks, have a nice fucking day. Like, it's like nobody cares. Like that is one good
Right.
thing
And I
about
think and this is
nobody
guess
cares.
what? Can I tell you something? If Sneeko and Empath Chan and Nick Fuentes wear a suit and tie outside a fancy Manhattan restaurant, like a end of the year business meeting, shaking hands, being gentlemen, and saying, how's your X profile going? Oh, I just got 5,000 new followers here. Great. Well, perhaps what's X really is a white collar celebrity echo chamber business of multimillionaires, and they're just exploiting kids from Kentucky and Indiana.
Here's what it is: it's commodification nationalism. That's exactly what
Right.
I mean.
And that's why a billionaire, Elon Musk, saw it as such a great opportunity to represent the right wing side of
Yeah,
Murdoch media for
and,
young
and
people.
guess who's his financial backer? $40 billion Saudi prince. Come on, man. Like
Right.
that's
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It all goes back, but I'm just telling you, it's kind of funny. It's like, I wish I was at a San Francisco party and I had a bow tie on and like, oh, there's Pilleater. How's your psyops are going? Oh, great. I just put a down payment on my house in Pacifica. Fantastic. But
no,
don't tell
seriously.
anyone about it.
Right.
Right.
No, but see, this is what should be happening. See, that's the fucked
Mhm.
up part. That should be actually happening. You and
But
I
instead,
should be literally
Sneeko and Fuentes
wearing a
are
bow
the ones.
tie. Right.
Right.
That like you, me, Machine Lives, like all of us should be wearing a bow tie, hanging out with Tucker Carlson, and he's like, "Hey, great job taking
With
down
your
the
recent
fucking."
rage bait, with your hey, great job with your recent rage bait on to do that. And so this is why, if that kind of bourgeois society exists of upper middle class, rich kid, college, high school prom dancing, well, then it must mean everything's fake on X. And the whole point is to delude and kill poor people to reap them of their blue checkmark money and make them believe things so they won't have children.
Right. And,
And they
and
believe,
exactly.
right. And they're
Well,
fodder
and
for something else.
that's exactly what Owen Cook was saying. He's like, look, he's like, you guys know who I was hanging out with in 02, 03, 04, 07. He's like, I was in San Francisco with the people that are putting in the system. He's like, trust me, you will be eating the bugs. You will be in the fucking apartment unless you become like millionaires. So like, go and make money. And the
Right.
other alternative is get the fuck out of America and have
Mhm.
Eurasian children. But he doesn't talk about
That's right.
that side of it. But my point is like it's like okay, either become a millionaire or get the fuck out of America.
Right.
That's the two
And that's
options. It's
why
like
I
okay,
think, like, as much as we, hate Sneeko, the thing is, Sneeko must be doing it because nothing else would be going on for him if he didn't do this. It might be, here's the thing, I'm 100% sure that Sneeko knows as a fact when one of his big videos about 5 years ago, you could look this up, was, I believe in you. You can be based and move to Japan and be traditional. That was a psyop because then you moved all the black people to Japan and destroyed its character.
and all the
And
blue-haired 45-year-old like
right, and so
liberal people.
Sneeko knew right away, smirking with his matte face, that isn't true. I'm pretty sure it might have been Korea or Thailand, but I didn't want to say the out loud part aloud. So I just played that.
Right.
And now you see him with a shaved head. He looks really nice. So it's like, why would you ever hate Sneeko? That one picture of Sneeko with Empath Cham, where having a little purse, he looks like a pretty normal white collar Ponzi scheme investor
Well,
looking to start a
here's
family.
what's funny though. See, here's what people don't get. Okay, and again, like this is something that people don't understand. If you've been to San Francisco, you know San
Mhm.
Francisco is not super ultra liberal. People going around wearing purses and looking gay or queer, a lot of them are pretty hardcore anti-liberal people, but they have to wear camouflage, right? And people don't understand
Right.
that. It's like it's so bizarre. Like people don't understand. Like San Francisco is not really that liberal. I don't even think
Right.
Gavin Newsom
It's
is
very
liberal,
work. Well,
honestly.
here's the thing: there was a very old working class that's there. Even some of the conservative types, like domestic terrorists, he has his Republican parties in Frisco, and it's literally an uphill battle because all of them have to work in some part and just pretend they're Democrat in order to. And this is why I believe Elon Musk is so powerful. It's a way for the Democrat registered Frisco people to push what was Republican 20 years ago, but they're running as Dem.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
And that, and that's what that's
Here's
the only
here's what
thing they can do.
here's what people don't understand too. It's like, look, do you know why they want gun control in California so bad? Because there's 30 million people from another country who
With
it's
guns.
normal to fucking have guns, right? That's
Right.
the
It's
reason
and
why.
that itself is an intellectual jujitsu by saying you say up front, we need a withheld gun ownership because I well, I stop the school shooting. No, it's to stop feral aliens with guns and starting militias in the
Right.
street and give the police guns
Right.
back to the
Ex-
police.
yep. It's trying to hold back California becoming Brazil. That's what it's trying to do,
Right.
right?
Right. And that
Like,
but they
yeah,
have to make a fate front to the small white people who say stop the school shooting, stop the white on white. I mean,
well,
it's like what
right.
Dave Chappelle said about
Yep.
Elizabeth Smart, pretty much.
Right. And here's the other thing, like how else are you going to basically like entrap all these people? What you do is make a huge giant gray black market and then you send in like 10,000 agents to go trap all these people and control it from the inside. Like that's how they're doing it, right? Now again, is that corruption? Yes, but is it necessary if you're going to have all this
Right.
immigration? 1,000%. You have no choice, right? Like you can't just like outlaw it. It's not going to work, right? You have to
Right.
actually manage it. This is what people don't understand. And again, I don't like Gavin Newsom. I don't want him to be president, but if America is going in this direction, he's probably going to be the perfect person who knows how to manage
Again, I
this kind
think
of
it's Dwayne the Rock Johnson or Gavin Newsom could very well be our next Democratic-based president. And I'm still willing to say by
yeah.
2028, we only got how many years? We got 3 more years. Okay. We got 3 more years, and Trump could get, something bad could happen to Trump. He could step down. There could be this fake political Gen Z protest. You like Jan 6? Millions marched to the White House to demand Trump to resign, and he did. You could see some weird,
Oh yeah,
funny
yeah. It's yeah.
anything.
It's all a game. I mean, ultimately, here's the truth, and this may be obvious to the people that listen to the show, but it's not obvious to most of the people. We already live in like a crypto military,
Philip K.
oligarchy or
Dick. Philip K. Dick,
something.
4D chess, virtual reality, flow my tears, said the policeman, mirror level game. Harry Bergenson, Kurt Vonnegut wrote. That's what's really going down. And everything is manufactured. So to the American Stockholm syndrome, it's like when I hear a Bulgarian protest of people, Gen Z, taking down a Bulgarian president, well, why isn't that happening in America? So why should I believe that protest is legitimate and not anything here? And legitimate protests here are George Floyd riots. That's manufactured, just like COVID was. So I'm pretty sure 5 years has stunted the American public to know that no protest is grassroots. All of it is made in a lab.
Was it you or somebody else? Somebody sent me a picture of like the latest like how many people get arrested online. So like out of oh yeah, here it is. I found it. Okay. So United Kingdom, 12,000 people have been arrested for what they believe in. I thought Bulgaria was on here, but I guess not. So I guess that's why they have the problem. So
Right.
so
Well, you want to know something funny too? Hold on a second. It was really funny is that when I was looking, one of my other options to get a PhD, I'm not, I kid you not, I had two other professors at School of Visual Arts say, you could get your PhD at the University of Sofia in Bulgaria. The scholarship's only $12,000 a year. There's many things that support it. You're in Bulgaria, next to Ukraine, and it's a culture that celebrates philosophy. And you get to experiment what Southern Europe's like. Well, I thought about it, looked at it, thought it was cool, but I went to somewhere else, and then all of a sudden, now I'm hearing in the news that the Bulgarian government collapsed. Now imagine if I did jump that gun, I would be in the middle of a government collapse as a. So I think a lot of PhD students, international PhD students at the University of Sofia, are going to wake up realizing, wow, the government collapsed here. Why am I even spending money on a PhD here? It makes me
yeah,
think what's
well,
really going on.
yeah, and that's the thing is like I was trying to think of something specific about Bulgaria. I don't know much about it, but what I do know
Right.
is that
It
it's
borders
one of
Ukraine,
those
and it's very close to the
right.
border. So of course a lot of that. But I'm just saying is like, okay, survive 4 years to get your PhD at the University of Sofia. Oops, government collapsed. What now? And that's like a metaphor about education.
Well, Bulgaria is one of these places that like I don't think people talk about it much in like general audiences, but I'm pretty sure among the elites it's well known. Like the stuff with Ukraine and Bulgaria is a lot more of a side that people want to admit.
It
I
could
think that
very well be, I think this, it could very well be that Bulgaria is pro-Russia. They created a little so-called pseudo-Taiwan coup in its government to make it pro-Ukraine. That's pretty much what's going down.
well, yeah, and like with the Ukraine thing, like I don't know exactly what that's about, but I can tell you this, like it's very, very sophisticated, the psyop with Ukraine. Like I don't, I mean, my personal belief is that Ukraine is like crypto Israel, like
Mhm.
that's what
Oh
I
yeah,
think
it's Israel for the East. It's what happened when the Iron Wall fell. There's no more communism. It's not like East Germany. So their next East Germany is Russia touching Ukraine. So they're hoping a new Berlin Wall will collapse in the Donetsk region or
right.
something.
Yep, yep,
And
yep,
then,
and
but
I
then
can,
you hear people
yep,
like Richard Wolff and Chris Hedges and Dr. Bofkin, and they're pro-Russian, they're pro-BRICS. They're saying that's not what's going on. What's been happening is that COVID happened in 2022, 2 years later. They did an act of imperialism to make the money back through what the money lost during COVID after the failed managerial revolution. And that failed too. So now we get a double whammy of failed program to make everyone a manager and failed program of imperialism that worked in the Vietnam War. Now what? And I think that's what America is struggling with in 2025. And now things have been so radicalized to a point that you can't live the bourgeois lifestyle of just the white hipster anymore, where somebody said the white hipsters of 2006, 20 years later, they're all cat ladies without children because they missed when Williamsburg was cheap. And as sad as that sounds, it's kind of what's going down. They were lied, and they said you
right.
too can be an artist, and now they're no different from the guy out in Cleveland.
Well, that see, and this is one of the things that I realize, the older I get, is that, I'm trying to say it in a nice way, but like people who didn't have kids and they're in their 40s and 50s, like I feel bad for them because like they really fall for the bait, hook, line, and sinker. But at the same time, it's almost like, I think in the long run, like if think with the way things are, the elites are doing us a favor, to be honest. And I
Right.
hate
Well,
this.
it's
Like I hate
basically social Darwinianism. I mean, Caleb Maupin says this correctly. It's social Darwinianism. It is a eugenics program by getting rid of the stupid women who gave, free sex to guys. All right, here's your novelty sex. Great. Fun one night stand. Those women are not rewarded with children. They just serve the purpose of you having sex one night, and that was it. I know it's very selfish and evil, but that's literally what they are. They're trained mistresses. And that's what they'll ever be. It's a way to circumvent the sex laws here to, if prostitution's illegal, then one night stands are okay, culturally speaking. And so you have to create a generation of women without children who hate men just as sex objects. And the Patrick Batemans want that, and the middlemen want that, supposedly. Or they treat women as bitches and sluts, as objects. It's sad, and it shouldn't be like that. But here's the funny part. It was out of their own consent, just like an antinatalist would. You asked, why is the antinatalist don't want to have children? Because I don't want to conceive of a human being and bring harm to the world, just like not eating animals. Well, I didn't have to force you a gun not to have children. You basically justified your own you didn't have children for your own pretentious ideal to brag to the world you're good than thou, and that is the liberal mind frame. So in a way, you thank the elites for practicing social Darwinianism and Malthusian to kill off unwanted people in competition, even though that could be us. But the thing is, they only that's the part of eugenics. They only want certain people allowed and punish those who do have it, and that's the scary part.
right. And again, this is the scary part of it because, and again, like I was in San Francisco today, and it's like, okay, you go to San Francisco, you can see it in action where it's like, you know, like okay, I'll give you an example. Like you go by all the expensive jewelry stores and stuff, and the people that you see in there are like foreign born Americans who are like kind of normal families, and they're buying the jewelry for their wife or whatever. And you see some like older white guys who are kind of doing that for like their older wife. But what you see a lot of is like foreign guy married to an Asian woman who's like 10 years younger. And the only way he can keep this is to go and buy her like $10,000 worth of jewelry
Right. Yeah,
or
it's, that's
something,
that's
right?
a bum deal. That's a bum deal because then that's just having a mistress, right? And if you have a mistress,
Exactly.
well,
Exactly.
guess
Yep.
what? You're better off with the cute Filipino girl who will literally have your. Even though people, regardless of what you think of Filipino women or not, it seems like most normal white guys who are socially awkward are better off with the big tit Filipino girl simply because she's the aggressor and her culture wants it, and you're better with those children, even if it's of what it is the decency. And I'm telling, and here's the thing, in my background, sometimes it just gets thrown at you. A lot of guys don't understand that Korean women are having a golden age right now in the United States is because a lot of American guys found out Korean women were readily available after the Japanese fad, and they're all being swiped away. And there's this American propaganda going on for the last 14 years to say use K-pop to project Korean women as sexy competitors in the Asian market that have a superstition power over Chinese and Japanese. And it's true, they have a certain mystique that's different than that. However, the whole point is to make sure you repopulate Korea with a balanced Levin threshold. The system rewards you and gives you $10,000 to have children here, and then every time you have a child, it's like 1950s America, and that's a better deal than the Philippines where you won't get anything. And honestly, they're not doing that in Japan. Even though Japan has a low birth rate, so that's the weird geopolitical part about these things. Everybody's talking about Japanese girlfriend this. He says, yeah, of course we know Japanese women are hot, and we wouldn't mind having them as well. But that promise was taken away from us, like the bourgeois promise of going to college and getting a job. Well, the bourgeois promise of having the Japanese wife was literally taken away from us, just like housing, because there's not enough to go around. All elites, and so now there's this mythology of the Japanese girlfriend everybody wants. And so now Chinese and Southeast Asians and Koreans are pretending to be Japanese and or G7 adjacent to attract these liberal white men like Safe Sleazy who are into the arts and all that and deny it, but get it somehow. And so that's what I'm saying is that sometimes you might have to be secret in order to have your good way of life. Like here on Yangzhou and Busan, yes, I am the only white American here. Maybe, and just by starting off this conversation, I kind of want it that way. Not that I don't like other white people. I mean, it's a very Christian Lander thing. Being the only white person in a non-white society does increase your sexual market value.
Right. Well, that's one thing I realized about like going if you go to like Southeast Asia, like Thailand, Vietnam, all this, right? Like I want other people like me to be there, but I don't necessarily want other white people there, if that makes sense, right? Like there are people that I want in my tribe, and there's people I don't want in my tribe,
and
right?
that's like and that's an okay classic libertarian stance to have. I'm a little different. I'm more like, well, it has to be whites and Asians only, and the Eurasian children have to have an identity politic to support a white and Asian part, and it will happen.
But what I'm saying is like
liberal worlds.
But what I'm saying is like you don't necessarily want like Sam Hyde or like some wigger to show up and like ruin it. Right. That's kind of what I'm saying, right? Like,
and that's what I'm telling you. Is that's why here's the problem. Japan has been colonized by the United States. So of course the wigger is gonna go to Japan, spout his SoundCloud rap and say anime this, blah that, right? To sound cool, but he would never go to Busan. Would never touch Seoul because there's certain laws in Korea that doesn't allow that behavior.
Well, but here's the other side of it. It's worse than that too, because like if you see the videos of Japan, right? And again, NPC might be watching or someone like that. Like I don't hate all black people or anything like that, so don't take this the wrong way. But like, look, frankly speaking, like I don't want some like black dude from Nigeria showing up like doing SoundCloud rap, or even American guy to go do SoundCloud rap at 3 a.m. in the middle of Tokyo. Like obviously
because he's hyper aware that he's anime and he's in a Japanese superstar fantasy. And this goes with the whole mentality that Japan has been colonized and has no will. See, here's the funny part. They'll talk about how cool Japan is because they have the liberty to do that allowed by the American government. But guess what? Korea's still at war. You could never do that in Korea because guess what? It's just not hip. It's just not cool. And no matter how much you try to push and say cool to try to make Busan being the next, Cannes of Asia or San Francisco, it won't because guess what? G7's not interested for now, at least. But the whole point is that I think that's a good thing because people don't realize that this is basically what a lot of white men were feeling in the 70s and 80s when they first came to Japan. And it wasn't so, obsessive over anime and video games and the safe, sleazy art lifestyle. You can have all that already in other different Asian countries. It's just that G7, they're not interested in that in a geopolitical way. They specifically can only control this, and that. And sometimes it is good not to tell people to come to Busan. It's not that you're being Darwinian or whatever. It's just that sometimes you are already practicing eugenics by showing there are good lifestyles. And honestly, it's not appropriate for everyone to have a Korean soul. And that's what I think is funny. I think a lot of Korean Americans, they're in America, and they get mad. And it's always Korean Americans that are so, against white men, but they love it when a white guy becomes Korean. They go crazy over it. So, and a lot of people do not understand that. And so, again, I think I'm in favor of Eurasianism, but sometimes, you don't want evil forces to destroy what is an oasis and rape its resources.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is you don't want it to become commodified where it's only a price thing. Like you want to see that's the thing. I kind of understand what you're saying about capitalism as a problem because it boils things only down to resources and price. It doesn't actually select for like
People,
personality or
right? It's
virtue or
the white
anything
people
else,
who made it. It's basically what Emil Durkheim or Max Weber says is that a Puritan ethic was the mode of capitalism. When we practice capitalism, we forgot that was made by Germanic people who brought some level of Christianity to it. And if a non-Christian country practices it, well, then why are we practicing capitalism in the first place? It's not. It's basically this assumption that there is this psychoanalysis subconscious language that we're all English speaking. This is why capitalism really can't work in Africa. It was never made there. And that's why capitalism in Japan and Korea kills itself, because it's not it's not the bet. It makes technology, but it stresses the Asian mind too hard and it kills them, and it's not practical with people interests. So they have to mold around it in order to survive. That's why there's a North Korea and a South Korea. But anyway, yeah, I think there's a lot to be discussing about these things. It's not that I really do not like these ideals that say white people are the black people or India or Asia, because it's just not true. The main points of anti-liberalism is that race is a reality. So that means whites and Indians and blacks are different. They're not the same. So to assume I act like a black person when I walk the streets of Busan is ridiculous, because even the Koreans know that. Because if both a black and a white person like me, or a white American, were walking Busan, they would know the personality between the two immediately. It's not a biased. It's just common objective fact on that.
But see, you notice that like all over TikTok and all this, it's like
they're blaming us as black people.
No, they're showing like black guy moves to Korea, learns the language, and he's essentially a white guy who's living in Korea.
Exactly. And so
it's really weird.
Yeah, so it's almost like that's the fantasy, that a black guy literally becomes white when he...
But it's actually funny, because like they're not bringing like Nigerian or like black American culture to Korea. They're bringing white American culture to Korea or China. It's really weird. Like, and that's what's strange about it.
As I was talking before, you now have whites who are acting black to go to Japan to pretend to be black when they think they're white, and then they're calling them and fabricating the evidence and saying all whites are black people. Well, again, it goes with the subculture and aesthetics. Why in the world? I mean, I'm not saying everyone's the same, but it's very a double standard. Black person moves to Asia, acts like a white person. White person goes to Asia, he acts like a black person. So there's something spiritually wrong here compared to who made the culture, correct? It's like, you have these We Was Kangs arguments where it's like, black people made up K-pop. Well, K-pop has only been really invented since HOT, which was the mid-90s, had nothing to do with black people. And then one thing they got rid of on the Wikipedia article of Korea, black people introduced fried chicken to Korean. No, there's no way evidence of that, because the Korean War was fought with whites against whites using Koreans as a proxy. So its mere existence was not even, it's not like there were black colonizers on a ship besides to bring their watermelon and fried chicken and rap music to Busan, That's what I'm saying. It's a little ridiculous. So when blacks, they love to claim we was Kangs and equity.
Let's be honest though, like it's like some sort of like psych warfare, like psyop division of the United States or England or something.
Well, here's what they're doing. They're telling whites to like Korea because there's no more Japanese women. So we're going to give you, chopped liver, Korean pencil. And if you go with Korea and fix their numbers, we'll go against the North. That's what I think the plan is. But guess what? After 60 years of brainwashing whites with John Lennon and Yoko, and I wouldn't even say brainwashing, I would say pushing this narrative that Japan are the only good guys after the bombing, and that they've been reformed. They joined G7. They're the good Asians now, and Taiwan and this and that. And then you flip the script, and you tell the 80s kid, oh, now you got to go with a Korean woman. There's going to be protests because, again, it's like being denied a house or a job after a college education.
Well, it's funny because somebody told me yesterday that there's that Trump is trying to do like a new G7, and it's going to be like China, Japan, Korea, and Russia. Yeah.
Yeah, but then
which
that would just be BRICS because you have Russia in the equation.
right. Well, I think that's what he's trying to say is like America wants to join BRICS or some
And
shit.
then guess what? Then what's and if America joins BRICS and you and you tell people that it's not G7 but BRICS, then it was always BRICS this entire time.
Right.
It's basically like Quebec nationalism joining Canada and saying we can preserve Quebec people.
I mean,
Well, we already have. Yeah.
oh no, I was just gonna say like to me that I just want to say like that's hilarious, especially if like Israel goes to G7.
Right.
Sorry,
Oh
go
yeah.
ahead.
Oh, we're just your Jewish friends. We're not over. We're all equal in this. You're right. It's. I mean, it's, again, it's like when the referendum in Canada, where Quebec was going to separate and make their own people, then they had this little staged event in Canada and said, "Don't go, don't go," and then all of a sudden, just like when Bush fought against Al Gore, the vote was 49 and 51%, a tiny little, and then Quebec stayed. And then they were told, oh, well, you almost supported a different country, but, we're going to tell you Quebec nationalism is within a spirit and you're just a diaspora people. It's a way to tell you win, but then lie to people about it. It's just like Oxford study, really. You basically say, yeah, that's true. White male, Asian female is normal, but you know what? We still don't like it. And it's just envy, and that's what's happening. It's like that's what I think. I think people don't want to admit when they lose, or if no one ever downright surrender unless it's like a government collapse the next day. So the government has to like talk to its child that it did something else in return. And that's why I'm seeing a lot in the United States. And always this thing of, historical erasure happens over and over again. Like, that never happened. What are you talking about? Video games were always inclusive. And it's like and that's that's why revisionism is so important to politics, is that you erase the past. And it's just like how I think about, this is why academics and PhDs are so smart, is that, you realize since, mid 90s, 2003, you had Giant Robot magazine that openly supported white male, Asian female and the aesthetics of it. And then when they closed in 2006, all of a sudden the founder denounced whites as having a disease for liking Asian women, even though for 10 years you were cashing in on it. And then the Elliot Rogers propaganda comes in. So it's aligned because they didn't expect one whack-a-mole to come after the other. And, I guess to conclude, it's like when Elon Musk has a little meme comic and says, if you create media that says, I am evil, you will then role play as if you're evil to get your voice across. The punk rocker shows he's evil, but he's actually a nice person. The nice person shows that he's safe sleazy, but is actually evil. And that's really the psyops that are going on. We put up signs in fronts all the time because we know the truth. It's just that white people are the only ones willing to live their best life until they die doing this. Ugh.
Dude, like a white guy with literally like full. It's weird. Like they're the only like normal looking people left in San Francisco, which is kind of weird because like it's like a status symbol. It's like they're all like, I'm a Nietzschean. I want an Asian woman. I'm a white guy. Like I wear like 2005 something.
Right.
It's a thing. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's a whole.
I mean, I've been meaning to do this. It's in the afternoon. I might do it tonight. I might do it tomorrow. It might take me 2 days to make. But I have a new article actually I'm doing on my Substack where I look at this old record label from 2003. And if you've ever used the Wayback Machine to look at old art sites from literally 22 years ago in 2003, the world was different. It's amazing how much the world changes in just 2 decades or a quarter century. And you see how the zeitgeist changes, white people change, and how, conclusion is, when they're 30s, they're now in their 60s. How in their 60s do they think about the world when they were, now that we have this technology, we could see it. Put it this way. Imagine if the Holocaust happened, you gave every Jew in Auschwitz gas chamber a Snapchat. We would have different opinions about what happened at the Auschwitz and the gas chambers if people already had this technology than hearsay about human lampshades and electric floors. And I think, we have this generation now where we have an accurate display of things that happened in the past than what we had of the previous century. So that's a good thing, but it's all a matter of whether we uncover it and show people what was really going on, if the past was ever the same in the present. And, as Mark Fisher would say, if time is a flat circle, I don't think it is. And really how much of the prison planet we're really under, and how much of the growth. And my curious interest is, how much has Eurasia grown since the last 20 years? And I think it's definitely grown. There's an objective fact, because people complain about,
Yeah,
country being
it has.
90% white to six. That is an objective thing. In just 50 years, white's decaying. But the number that grows, what are the surrogates? What are the half Asians? That number is growing no matter how much bad psyops you go against white male, Asian female. And I think that kind of Eurasian social, here's a funny word, social justice is, because I remember had a class 10 years ago in college, social justice. What does that even mean, right? Well, let's turn it around. It's Eurasian Social Justice Party, the Eurasian Justice Party. We're looking out for the social justice for those white male Asian females or Eurasian children who are condemned and defamed and slandered in a society that is problematic. And there you go. And that's how you tell a liberal why we matter. Right. Well, I gotta get going right now. I'll talk to you then. All right.
All right, cool. Bye. Well, I was just gonna say, people should do the intellectual jujitsu, but also I wanted to say, Rob Reiner was found dead, and his own son apparently is also. I don't know what that means, but I think that's interesting because we're like a very evil psyoper for some reason. So yeah, Alan wants to call. Leave it open for 5 minutes, and if no one comes on, then it's all good. I don't really care, honestly. I mean, I do care, but I don't care. You know what I mean? So if anybody wants to come up, it's gonna be open, and whenever. Let's see. I'll send the link. Let's see. But yeah, I have more to say on that. I was getting into a groove, but my internet service is really bad right now. So, but yeah, I appreciate you, Kill AI, and Quiet Labor, and Jake, and whoever else is creep watching right now. I appreciate you. Hopefully, it made some sense. I mean, we're getting into some weird shit, but there's a lot of strange shit going on. I think Pinoy sent me something saying the British Empire is now defunct or some shit. So that's good news. Trump going to take out the British. Going bad Anglos off our.
Well, I sent it to you, and I've been trying to explain to y'all like forever. The Pilleater that it like all this like Jewish bullshit is just the Anglos trying to deflect attention from the shit that they're fucking doing. Right?
Oh shit!
All
Somebody
the
else here.
battles we've been
Who
fighting.
that be?
Yeah, can you
All
hear me?
right. Oh, I can't hear you. Hold on. Let me read that shit.
I get a mic check.
I think your voice sounds just fine.
All right, cool. I just want to make sure like you can hear me. In gear. Come on, pussy.
Yeah, my internet's freaking out. Hold on one second. You guys keep going. Hold on one second.
What? Ow. Ow. So Jack always has like the worst internet. If it's not that, then his microphone sounds like he has the devil like having sex in the background. Oh my god. Bro, listen. Like, get off my back corner. The fuck? Come on, dog. Fucking retard. Go fucking kill yourself. Back there, Jack.
What's up, man? Are you guys talking? Sorry, my bad. My fucking internet.
No, man, listen, I'm waiting on you, bro. I was cursing out a truck beside me.
Hell yeah. Did this other fool down here talking or what?
Nah, nobody. Like he said he could hear me, so I mean that's important.
Yeah, why ain't you talking, man? Shit, we up here trying to talk and shit.
I don't know who the fuck he is.
He knows who he is.
I don't know who he is.
What was it? An Indian dude you're cursing out next to you?
Probably. I don't know. And now he slowed the fuck down. Like, yo, listen, I'm gonna stab this motherfucker. I swear to God.
Yeah, the road rage is real.
I slowed down. I let him go by, right? Because like I tried to pass him, and he just like hung in my back right corner of my trailer, so I couldn't go by him. Or that's like I couldn't get back in the fucking like the fucking the driving lane. You know what I mean? Like a regular lane to travel, right? And like, so I slowed down. I hit the fucking brakes. You know what I mean? To let him fucking go by, and now like he's just being a fucking asshole.
Yeah, see, I'm an advocate for road rage. I think road rage is totally justified in a lot of cases. So
I'll tell you, right? Like I don't know why he would just hang out in my back corner. Like it doesn't make any fucking sense.
yeah, I mean, personally, like I think that like certain traffic offenses should be capital punishment. Personally, I mean that's just me, but
I think
like,
most traffic offenses should be capital offenses, right?
yeah, because I mean, really, a car is like literally the most deadly weapon in the world. You know, on average. So
I agree. Right? All right, listen, man. You are going to get off my fucking ass. Like, real shit. I'm going to swing my fucking trailer into the front end of your truck. I'm not fucking playing with you. Can't slow down to 60 miles an hour, right, when I come up behind you and then I pass you and start going 75 again. Like, fuck out of here with this bullshit anyway. Right?
yeah,
Listen.
yeah, I hate people like that. That's the fucking worst of people in the world.
And we're both in tractor trailers, is the bitch. Right?
Yeah, so like
Anyway.
I'll give it. Yeah, I hate people like that. Like in California, one of the most common things you'll see is there'll be like a line of cars doing like 50 and a 65, which is actually a 75 for most people. Like there's basically no speed limit up to like 85 in California. Like if you're going 90, it's like 50-50 chance you might get pulled over by a cop, but like in general, like nobody cares as long as you're like following the general rules of the road. But like these people will drive 50 miles an hour in the fucking left lane, right? And then if you try to pass them in any of the other lanes, they will suddenly speed up to like 75, 85, 90, just so you can't get into the left lane, which is the actual passing lane, right? And you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I mean? Like you're literally blocking the traffic from flowing the way that it's legally supposed to flow. And then when somebody goes over the speed limit to pass you because you're going 10 or 15 miles under the speed limit, you get upset and block the flow of traffic. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, like I think that should be a capital punishment, personally.
Oh yeah. I believe you should be able to like run them off the road, like physically, and then pull out a gun and execute them summarily, right in the side of the road. Like I believe that should be a legal punishment for that. Like I'm even fine with crucifixions. You know what I mean? Like if that's what you want to do. You know what I mean? Like let everybody know what the punishment is for fucking around. Like we need more like public execution, crucifixion type of shit, where you can just leave motherfuckers on the side of the road hanging on a cross, right? And then like go like have like a sign behind them that says "fuck around and find out." You know what I mean? Something along these type of lines, right? Like I 100% like support these type of like we don't have enough public executions. That's kind of my mentality.
Yeah, I mean,
but anyway,
go ahead. What's on your mind with the whole Trump and England thing? Let's go on that or whatever else.
I listen. So like, listen, hey, I've told y'all for years, like the people we're fighting aren't like the Jews, right? It's the fucking British. Like I've told y'all this forever, right? And like the biggest example is the Middle East and Russia, right? So like the whole Russia thing with like the surround Russia and like antagonize them and like get them geopolitically off kilter, right? Which ends up, like causing like these massive backlashes where Russia goes and does military campaigns, right? And then like you saw it with fucking that senator from fucking Georgia, fucking the homosexual one. But like he talks like a fucking bag down south. You know what I'm talking about?
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham. There we go. Right? Is him going? Oh, this is the fucking best money we ever spent. We're standing here killing Russians like this, using Ukrainians. We don't even got to let our American boys die. Right? You know what I mean? This type of fuck shit. These are British operatives, right? Because in the end of the day, like this policy does not serve America in any way.
Yeah, I actually agree. I actually agree. Like one of the biggest things that I've been saying since I was in high school is that I don't think I think the British, like by the time of the Civil War, had already totally infiltrated America and basically had already taken over. If America was ever independent by the time of the Civil War, it was infiltrated, and then by the time of like World War II ending, we were totally utterly fucked by England. I think that is definitely a real thing for sure.
Yeah, right. And just like the Middle East conflicts too, right? Where it's like Iran and Saudi Arabia and like fucking the Israelis and shit. Like if you talk to guys who are experts on like Saudi Arabia and House of Saud and all this shit, right? Like TML, right? They'll explain to you that like literally like fucking there is nothing about fucking the Saudi Arabian motherfucking royalty that is legitimate. Right? And it's all set up by the British at the end of the day. Right? And like literally all these conflicts are shit we inherited from their fuck shit. You know what I mean? And the British Empire never ended. It just continued on in financial form. Right?
Yeah, I agree
And,
with
like,
I totally agree with you on that for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is like the Anglo Empire bullshit. Right? That we keep having to fucking deal with all the fucking time. Now, just like the China project, where like everybody like shift all their shit over to China. Again, more British fuck shit, right?
Yeah. Well,
Vietnam, Korea, all of it.
Yeah, and part of that psyop was to like relinquish Hong Kong and say, "Oh, the British Empire gives up Hong Kong." And it's funny because like there's this whole like new generation of like 20-year-old Asian women who are like, look at what British did to us. They gave us back to China and the British colonized us and blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, that's true. But it's like also like it's this whole psyop because now like they blame them for the wrong thing. They're not blaming them for like what's currently happening. Right. So I think it's kind of funny. It's like, it's kind of a big cover up of what you're saying there. I think you're right about that. I think it makes no sense from like an American standpoint. Like, why would America ship its jobs to China? It literally makes zero sense, right? Like, we have all the resources here in America. Why would we send it there?
And also the libertarian movement, right? I think was all like a giant British psyop.
I can see where you're going with that because like I was really into the libertarian like ANCAP stuff, and I mean, Stefan Molyneux is clearly a British agent. Like I still respect him, I still like him, but he's clearly a British agent. So yeah, there's a ton of other people if you really look at what they're tied to. Like, yeah, it was a very sophisticated LARP meme or something. Yeah, like the Free State Project and all that. Like it was I mean, it was very gay and like literally and metaphorically in a lot of ways. So. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. British and gay.
Hang on.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest problems with Canada too. Is like people don't realize that Canada is literally like a British territory. So it's like it's literally rule. It's like basically our little spying brother to the north. Essentially, it's like keeping tabs on us for the British. Like I think
hang
that
on,
Trump.
I got some. I got something for you. Give me 1 second. I get out of this dead zone real quick.
You're good, yeah.
Yeah. Right. I got
I was just trying to fill up some air.
half a mile. Maybe. Well, yeah, I apologize. I just want to let you know. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I don't care. I don't care that. Like, I want my show to be a train wreck. I mean, not a literal wreck, but a train wreck. You know, like, so that's cool.
Yeah. All right. So check us out. All right. So you know Mark Carney, right? You know who he is?
Unfortunately, yeah, I do.
Well, you know Mark Carney was head of the Bank of England, right?
I did not know that, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. He was the head of the Bank of England at one point. And on top of that, like his company, right, that like he's, you know, like a board chairman or a board member of or whatever it is, right, is is getting all these sweetheart deals for rearming Britain and motherfucking the rest of Europe.
What do you mean by rearming? Like, not obviously not the people. You mean like remilitarizing?
Yeah. Like rearming, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, so, like, all these countries don't have any manufacturing bases other than Germany, right? So, like, literally, like, the Canadians are the ones who are, like, fucking funding the guns and the tanks and all the weaponry and all that shit for Europe, right? And so, like, fucking the companies in Canada are owned by fucking Mark Carney that are getting the deals to do it.
Oh, really? Interesting. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Well, and what's interesting though is like now, so you buy a product from Germany, but it's made by like an Indian or a Polish person. So it's like, okay, it's like made in Germany, quote unquote, but it's like a lot of the people working in those factories are like Chinese or Indian or Polish or whatever the fuck else.
Right. Yeah. So I spent like the past 2 or 3 days really getting into this type of shit, right? And like so. Germany is fucked, right? Yo, like with a capital F, right? I mean, fucked.
Yeah, their immigration is a sign that they are totally.
It's raped. Not even, it's not even that, dog. Right? It's worse. It's worse than that. They are paying 10 times the price for electricity than the rest of Europe, let alone America. Right?
Really?
So
interesting.
They actually. Yeah,
interesting.
No, because like they were completely reliant on Russian gas, right? Because they closed after Fukushima in 2017. They closed down all their nuclear plants, right? Like basically, okay. So
yeah, you know how many earthquakes Germany gets, so it makes total sense.
Right, yeah. Well, you know the Green Party in Germany, right? They're like, one of the like ruling coalitions there.
Yeah.
Well, they are 100% a Russian psyop.
Okay, that's interesting.
Right? Like, okay, so
makes
Russia
sense. It makes sense to me.
Yeah. Russia funds a lot of green stuff, right? And the reason they do it is because they sell natural gas and fucking oil, right? They're like the third largest fucking seller of natural gas and oil in the world.
That actually does make a lot of sense. That actually does make total sense to me. Yeah, I didn't think of that, but that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, right. And so, like, when Fukushima happened, they went ham with the propaganda in Germany about anti-nuclear shit. And Germany closed down all of its nuclear plants. Every fucking one. Right?
Well, I can tell you who's behind that. There's one of the people at least. So there's this Russian oligarch named Blavatnik. He's a British knight and Jewish, by the way. And he is basically in charge of like 90% of like all like poly something or another plastics that are in like everything you use basically. And huge giant oligarch that nobody thinks of, but he's like he's very close to the British royal family, let's just put it that way. And it's like, okay, so yeah, it's crazy because basically you see that like the British are working with the Russians to like fuck up Europe and then blame Europe for the immigration and the bullshit that they're dealing with. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Yeah, like fucking like Russia's kind of like it's a strange fucking thing. Like the whole shit's kind of fucking bananas. But like Germany, like, so it was Angela Merkel who motherfucking closed down all the nuclear plants, right? And now they're on
and
a level where they
and
have
also
to
probably
reopen them.
and she probably also invited like 80 million fucking Indians and whoever else, Turkish guys into Germany.
Syrians are a big one, right? Yeah, like literally the immigrants call her Mother Merkel.
Yeah, and here's the thing is like it's not to be racist, but like I've met people from Germany, and when they told me what it was like living there, like I literally like could not believe what they told me. They said it was fucking, I mean, like hell on earth, essentially. I mean, the way they described it is really bad. Like, especially like Hamburg or places like that. I can't remember. They told me some of the cities, but it's been a while. But this is 10, 15
Oh,
years ago. So yeah.
I mean, it's worse now, right? Like all of Europe's a fucking basket case. Like they haven't built any new housing in like fucking 10, 15 years, right? And then they invited all these immigrants who they put in these fucking houses they had left. To the point where in places like Dublin or fucking Berlin or Amsterdam, right, there are tech guys, right? You know what I mean? Like guys who work for like big tech companies. They're making like 200-300 grand a fucking year. And they're living in fucking cars or on couches because they can't find a fucking apartment to rent.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing is like a lot of people don't realize this, but like most Europeans who are like quote unquote normal, like just normal working class people, their dream is to come to like America because they feel like totally displaced in their own country, right? I mean, the ones that I've talked to and the ones I've heard about, I mean, like they hate what's happening to their country, but like they have nowhere to go, right? They have like literally no recourse. Like their country is totally like raping them essentially.
Well, I mean, the problem is so okay. Like they have three problems like instantaneously at the same time: a shortage of housing, right? And so therefore, housing is ridiculously expensive that does exist, right? So they put in fucking rent control, right? Yo, and on top of that, they have an economy that's essentially fucking dying, right? Because energy costs and like fucking retiring boomers is forcing everybody to like fucking raise goddamn taxes to pay for the goddamn like old people. And the old people are holding on to the fucking houses and all the assets, so young people have no way to fuck get the fuck up. Like the whole thing fucks. So they're just bringing in immigrants to try to pay the taxes and do the work. But the issue is they don't have enough skilled immigrants to fill the fucking roles for the people who are leaving on pensions because the young people like don't exist. Did you hear about Bulgaria?
I heard they collapsed.
Yeah. I mean, so the motherfucking the not One Punch Man, it's the other one. I forget the name of like the anime. The anime flag made an appearance, calling it another Gen Z revolt, right? And basically, like the entire government just said no mas, right? But like this is not new. They've had 7 fucking like national elections in 4 years. And so they don't know what to do. It's the same thing as it is everywhere the fuck else. Massive old people, you know what I'm saying, with like pensions that are promised and fucking little bit of young people with no motherfucking like ability to like fucking continue to pay for the elderly.
And no desire to either because of the way they've been treated by the elderly.
Yeah. Who the fuck is One Punch Man? No. Is it? No, I don't think it is. What's the other fucking anime? Because I don't know anything about anime.
Yeah, me too. I don't watch anime.
Yeah, I'm not a faggot. I don't worship Japanese cock. But yeah. Hitman? Maybe? I don't fucking know.
Oh, yeah. This is Hitman, like the video game movie. Yeah.
No. I'm trying to think of the name of the goddamn fucking the name of the thing, bro. Like there's a name for the anime. There's just like a pirate flag from that anime that is literally like their symbol that they're rallying behind. And it's happened in Indonesia. It happened.
Are you talking about fucking? Are you talking about One Piece, the pirate thing?
There we go. One Piece. Yeah, One Piece flag. It's a One Piece flag they're flying.
I don't doubt that though. One Piece is a psyop.
Well, to you, everything's a psyop.
That damn right it is. Just like Rick at MIT.
So wait, they're
Yeah,
using
listen.
this like anime to like rally people to go protest or some gay shit?
I mean, all right, so there's like a flag, right, from the anime, right? You know what I mean? Like there's a flag that they fly, right, when like something happens in the anime. And so like people watch that anime and they're rallying behind like their flag in the same way they did the anime. You know what I'm saying? It's a uniting symbol for like
Yeah, it's
Gen
the same
Z.
thing. It's the same thing with Attack on Titan with their whole military idea. There's a lot of people who like yeah, animes in and of itself, dude, they're psyops. They know how to target their audiences. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's not a psyop. It's literally just like it's basically like a homegrown like fucking
One Piece
internet
is a
meme thing.
psyop. It's kind of like, you know, teaching people
Shut
about
the
a
fuck- I'm so
futuristic
tired
new
of you.
world
Shut up.
order, transhumanistic.
Shut up. Yeah, listen, you're dumb. Shut
Cut
up.
off your PP
Hey,
and become a gay pirate. But yeah, sure.
Yeah, again, all these animes are the same fucking way. The Japanese are retarded. Why I don't watch them? They're fucking gay and fucking bullshit. But yeah, anyway, yeah. So like, they're rallying behind this flag. You know what I mean? It's Gen Z's like favorite thing. They love One Piece. I've heard all of them talk about One Piece forever. Like everybody's always telling me about One Piece every time like you hop in a Discord server somewhere. You know what I mean? Like you just wandering around. Like some fucking retarded little Gen Z fuck's gonna be talking about like One Piece. That and the one. What's the one where like they paint figurines? It's like a game or some shit.
Oh, I'm
Neurojack,
not
do you
the
know?
I'm not the one to ask. I like I said, I've watched like 2 animes in my whole life, like Ghost
Yeah,
in the
this
Shell.
isn't anime. This isn't anime. This is like a game. It's like a board game where like you have figurines and like guys paint the figurines and shit or whatever, and they have like a Dark Lord thing, and they have like different armies and shit. I have no idea what the fuck.
Dungeons and Dragons
not-
or some shit.
Yeah, it's like that, but it's not Dungeons. It's a different one. Maybe like it's not Magic the Gathering. I don't think it's something else.
Yeah, you
Another
got
one
me
that,
on
like-
that one. I ain't never heard nothing like that.
I mean, I'm sure if we looked it up on Google, you could find it. You know, what I mean, really easily.
Yeah, I'll look it up. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I'm driving down the fucking road, and it's like 10 degrees outside.
Really? Damn, that's cold. It's really cold over here on the West Coast too.
Well, with the wind chill, it's -19 at the moment.
Thanks, Bill Gates.
What? Why would it be
What?
Bill Gates' fault?
Oh no, allegedly it's the polar ice caps.
What?
It's okay, Pinoy. We know you don't understand science.
I mean, I understand science, but like,
Do
it's
you?
like,
Then what
literally, like,
happens?
this is the
Then what
opposite.
happens? Then what happens when you take a large chunk of ice and drop it in warm water?
The water like cools and the ice warms, and like thermodynamics happen.
Hmm.
But this is not what that is, right? This is something else completely.
So, Nerdjack, did you cover what happened over there with the act of the father and the son? What do you think about that? Ain't that some crazy shit?
Well, we're the father and son of. Is that Brown University? I heard something about that this morning.
Yeah, I think. No, wait, no, that was something. I don't know. Was that the same incident, or is that something separate? It might have been the
It's
same
Brown
thing. But
University in Providence.
I'm not sure. I just know it was something about our little small hat friends.
Yeah, listen, again, every time you stub your toe, it's always a small hat. So I'm tired of hearing y'all. You're like the boy who cried wolf. Just talk about it too much.
Oh, trust me, I'm not the one who's all about the Jews. That'd be Neurojack's shtick.
Now, listen, it's always the Jews. Every time, like fucking, all y'all poor white people, all you do is
It's the
blame the fucking
aliens.
Jews for
It's the
everything.
aliens.
Yeah, I don't care. Anyway, right. So I haven't even had a chance to look into Brown University at all. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. I just seen it happen.
Well, allegedly, if it's the right incident, a father and son went, ham on a group of like 1,000 people and killed a bunch of people.
I mean, was this bunch of people like a certain type of group of people? Like,
Yes, sir. I said small hats.
It was like Jews that they killed?
It was a Jewish community. So it was some type of get together they were having. It was in Australia. Shit. That was in Australia. So the university thing was a separate incident. Yeah, it was Australia where it happened or something like that. So yeah, but it's just, to me, it's not strange. I don't consider it a coincidence. Not with how I get it. Not with how I got it in my algorithm, because I got a bunch of other strange stuff in the algorithm before that was pushed to me. So
I had Brown University was sent to me like 4 times a day by like fucking Google News. Like there was an active shooter situation. I mean, that could easily have been like a drug deal type of deal. I have no idea, to be honest with you. Like Providence is like heavy duty mob territory, right? And I mean, it's like literally like right up the road from Boston, right? So it's like the Irish and Italian mob are always going to war in that neck of the woods. So you never know.
Yeah, I thought the Brown University thing was pretty weird, and then they had that shooting in Sydney where it's supposedly like a Muslim guy with a shotgun shooting people on the first day of Hanukkah or something.
No, well, I don't know if it was one, but I definitely know it was a father and a son. They had rifles allegedly, and they were on some type of bridge, which to me it's very, look, I'm just saying, if you're gonna go and commit a mass murder like that, the fact is it it's strange. To the bridge that they were on was very low and very easily, if anyone had a gun, could have shot them from there. And one of the, allegedly, a store owner, and how convenient, the guy was Muslim, rushed I think the dad, and managed to get the rifle allegedly out of his hands or whatever while having multiple gunshot wounds. So, I'm not saying that everything is staged, but I think I do give credits to Pinoy that a lot of the things that we probably do here on the news are things that are covered up for God knows who, I mean, who's to really say, like with the John Wick movies, that they can't get away with doing certain things, and we'll just pass it off in the media as some crazy person, but in reality it's John Wick going out and clearing a building full of people. So that's what I'm saying. Unless you're really there personally involved with it, all it is and all it ever will be is speculation. You won't really know what the news is unless you're there, lying about it.
Yeah, was it the Muslims who shot the Jews? I mean, because that would make this way more interesting of a story.
I honestly don't know what the ethnicity of them were. They did look kind of brownish, dark, but I don't know. It's still very strange, just like with the university stuff. But let's admit there are crazy people in the world who will just go out and do crazy stuff. So who's to say?
Yeah. I mean, like I don't know, man. Like I don't really, I mean, like fucking, like I always just kind of hold judgment from all this shit because like fucking like at this point, like with the Charlie Kirk thing, how many different stories have we gone through at this point about who shot him? What, like 4, 5?
I would agree that at this point it's pretty irrelevant. Yeah, I mean, it happened. If it happened for its reasons at this point, and still, like I say about everything else, what the fuck is anyone going to do about it? So.
Yeah, I mean, like unless like an army showing up, you know what I mean? Like in that, like at that point, then we can like really, gather the troops, do what we gotta do. There's nothing we can really go, oh, this is what it is. And anything coming out of Australia is going to be extremely fucking filtered by the time we get it.
A brave new world, allegedly.
I ain't worried about it.
No, neither am I, because I think in reality it's inevitable.
I feel you. I mean, truth is always subjective at the end of the day. And the victor writes the history. So, they say there's what, 3 sides to every story? Your side, my side, and the truth.
Well, would the victors paint themselves as the villain or the hero?
I mean, that depends on who the victory actually was for. Like, who actually won World War II?
Yeah, I guess that really depends. Snowpiercer would be a great example of that. For the people in the back of the train, the poor, dirty people, they were, horrible, evil, Nazi villains who, execute people on the train. But, then you got to the front of the train where, the classrooms were with all the kids and, Mr. Guy who ran the train was basically, Jesus Christ to them. So, I mean, yeah, it really just depends, I guess, who comes out on top, Which has always been that way. It's always been, the powerful subjugating the weak to get what they want and desire at all times. So, I mean, it's always been that way. No point to deny that. So get over the fuck over that, regardless of who it is, whether it's Jews or, Mongols or Nazis. I mean, eventually at some point, what we're in now was inevitable, especially with how technology is. I definitely think for sure the techno slave satanicness that we're in right now, the amount of people who are so just openly okay with doing what they're doing on social media and platforms and stuff, it's, boy, I tell you what, it's going to be a whirlwind.
What's
You
gonna be a
already
whirlwind?
don't. I'm just saying, I mean, you already got no privacy paranoid, which, I mean, anyone who's, over my age should know that by now, especially if you live in America. But, if most people understood the level of surveillance that's already done on them on a daily basis, I think would astonish most people. That's why I don't really honestly care, and nor do they care what I say, because they know deep down at the end of the day, I have no political power. And like you say, I'm too poor. So,
Yeah. Right. I mean,
now,
like,
give me a few million shekels, and then I'll be a problem for them.
No. Here's the thing, right? So, like, when you're able to pinpoint, you know what I'm saying, and like aim at shit, you're at least a little bit better off than scattershotting everything. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the feds prefer it that way.
Well, I mean, you scattershot everything. I try to take aim at certain things. You know what I mean? Rather than like, just trying to like fucking, like whack every mole, right? I wanna like clap one mole at a fucking time, because I think that's a better way of doing shit. Because at least then you have an opportunity to do something.
We do what we can.
I mean, No, like most people aren't doing what they can. Most people are
No,
just, you know, what I mean, like,
most don't,
going
but most
retarded.
people don't care. You know, from my personal experience, most people are just either too materialistic, or just too nihilistic or something. They just generally don't care about anything unless it's, you know, unfortunately, consumerism or sex.
Well, I mean, yeah, like I was watching this guy Tom Foe earlier, right? And he was talking about how like Trump is selling, you know, what I mean, like U.S. citizenship for like $1 million or whatever, right? You know, what I mean, for like gold plan or whatever the fuck. I mean, and he's like fucking like, what is an American, right? You know, what I mean, like, at that point, what is it? You know, and like fucking, he didn't have an answer. You know why? Because like it doesn't exist, right? You're not. America's not a nationality; it's an empire. And that's what most motherfuckers miss about this shit. And that's why I speak the way I do about the things that I do. And I go, yeah, listen, I don't fucking care about America, right? Like, fuck America as a whole, right? You know what I mean? I want this bitch to burn to the fucking ground and we can start over with some proper ass nations based on geology and like fucking actual lineages.
I'm not saying I would. I'm gonna be real. I'm not saying I would disagree, but let's face it here. When the time of America falls, uh, more than half of its population would be extinct. So but maybe again, that's as much as I don't like picking at the depopulation all the time. Even I'm one to say maybe really in the end, it's that's inevitable. Whether it's we wipe ourselves out or they wipe us out.
I mean,
Maybe what America needs is just a good old purge, Pinoid. Maybe what we need is just to legalize it once a year. Maybe employment, and everything would be better.
I have a question for you. Was America better when it had 100 million people or 300 million?
I mean, I guess again, it depends on the individual. Are those, is the bigger number under your subjugation and rule, and they giving you all the shekels, or are you a part of them working amongst them? I guess it really just again depends what
For the average
part of
person, you're better off
society.
with less. For the average person, you're better off with less people.
I would agree, but I mean, that's a very big question that many people would not agree with. Not everyone would sit here and say, well, what does that say about me? Well, I mean, what is this, Resident Evil? They're gonna, use selective DNA on certain people. The chosen few will ride out the storm. Well, there you go. I mean, they already put that in your movies, Pinoid. So, I mean,
Stop, boss.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but I'm not too happy of knowing that is it going to be like a lottery where if you're lucky, your social security number is chosen, or what? You're lucky because what? Based on a certain type of what skill you have. I mean, I do agree that at which the rate of which humans are currently infesting the planet, like Agent Smith says, like a cancer, yeah, we're gonna reap what we sow if we don't start pulling back the reins on certain things. But who wants to really get into those deep, dark subjects? Who really wants to sit here and say allegedly there's too many people?
I do.
Oh, well then there you go. I mean, maybe there is. But what are you going to go and do? You're going to take half of the population of Indonesia and, India and Dubai and, what? Have them all cough out their orifices? I mean, what are you going to do with, 3.5 billion bodies? What is it? 28 days later, you're just going to seal off Britain and let the bodies rot on the island and come in a few years later and dispose of them?
I mean, is that really our only options? I feel like those aren't our only options.
Well, I mean, what are you going to do with, allegedly half a population? I mean, how are you going to really get,
okay,
a majority of people to really go along with that?
Wait a minute.
What are you going to do with it?
Stop a minute. Stop. Listen, see, this is the problem, bro. Like, this is your fucking giant issue, right? Like, your mind
it's just
immediately
a
goes
majority
to,
of people is going to listen to it and say, I'm not going to do it.
Wait a minute. Your mind
they're going to go to war.
fuck shit. Your mind
The
goes
population.
to fuck shit immediately. Stop talking.
It's called common sense, Pinoid. Have you never studied fucking human behavior or human psychology? Obviously, you haven't. You'd be
It's not common
surprised.
sense.
Do you know a majority of cannibalism comes from parents actually eating their own children out of necessity? Did you know that? Or vice versa? Did you know most cannibalistic cases don't come from actually just killing the person to just consume them? You know, there's a reason why Hannibal Lecter was, you know, very popular. So, you know, I'm just saying, study some human psychology and you realize that most people who hold to what you think or what I think are standards will not hold to them in the sense of urgency. Most people will eat their own children to survive. There's a reason why Alex Jones says, do you think I want to size up my neighbor? Because Alex Jones probably would fucking eat your children. He looks like he has. So again, no, I don't think that a majority of people in desperate times, if there's no more Chef Boyardee and they're too stupid to know how to go and hunt a deer or a squirrel or, you know, put some fucking potatoes in the ground, yes, they would resort to cannibalism. Because why? They've probably been social conditioned to do so. Let's face it, humans will do anything. Well, there's a reason why Hannibal ate also some Mishka soup. So, you know, again, as much as I would like to think that even in the Walking Dead times that people could learn how to be coordinated in the worst of times, I really don't think that a majority of people had the mental capacity to know how to be at least civil in uncivil times, not being Rick Grimes to where, you know, you just let everyone into your group, but not stupid enough to be like Shane and have a mental breakdown. No, I think most people will be like Shane and would be severely mentally damaged in the time of any crisis. How many of us have actually had war in our backyard? I can tell you I haven't, but I've met people who have gone to war, and it's terrifying how some of them have came back home. So I can tell you, you know, if a majority of us actually experienced a majority of the things that people go and do, like in the military, it's not a fucking joke. So no, I don't think a majority of people could really hold themselves together in the time of crises if, you know, the power grid doesn't work the next day. How many people we know right now will go fucking mental if they can't access the internet right now or their cell phones or can't go to the store and swipe their cards? No, they're going to come and immediately do what? Because these people don't know how to hunt. These people don't know how to survive and bandage a wound or mend a broken bone or cauterize a wound if they needed to. These people, most people don't have common knowledge of survival. They're going to go for the first thing, and what's that? Your fucking neighbor. So no, I just don't have the from my observations, no, humanity at some point will eventually tear itself apart at some level because that's what they've programmed people to fucking do. That's right. Eat my flesh. Eat me, you fucking zombie. I gotta go soon anyway. I just came to LARP for a few minutes.
All right, so like the point is that like what'll end up happening is you'll have like a bunch of motherfucking people who end up like not being able to like fucking eat anymore, right? And
oh,
like,
that's right. They'll starve off just like the zombies, and 28 days later they'll starve off because they're too stupid.
For instance, the vast majority of Africa, right? If you just like stop delivering shit, they'll die. You know what I mean? And they won't leave. They won't get out of there. They'll just never see them again. They'll die, right?
And then they'll start eating each other. And once they're done eating each other, they'll starve to death.
Yeah. The Chinese, right? Like right now, okay? The Chinese are missing 600 million people.
I don't doubt that, actually.
Right? You know, and like people are blaming it on all kinds of shit. The reality is they just overcounted their fucking population. Like they never had 1.4 billion. They never had a billion people. It never existed. Right? Like at the moment they might have like 800 million. Right? So again, this one's like, yo, motherfuckers will disappear quick. And look, once the baby boomers die, like just in America, you're talking about 76 million motherfuckers off the register. Just the boomers. Right?
Praise be.
I agree. The day of the pillow cometh, right? Yo, listen. Like, so don't, you know what I mean, like stand here and take it. Like, you don't have to kill people. Like, the baby boomers without medical treatment will just die.
For the good of the company.
For the good of the country. For the good of everybody.
Sweet land of liberty.
Do you believe in liberty? Do you believe in freedom? Do you think freedom should be a thing?
I believe it's a motherfucking illusion.
I mean, like, do you believe it should be a thing?
I would say no, but then you go and watch interviews of people like Jeffrey Epstein constantly plead the Fifth and the Third and 16th Amendment or whatever, and it's kind of like, hard to believe that there's a such thing called as freedom. Yeah.
No. I mean, like, so the question
No,
is,
I don't
right,
believe that the general population deserves freedom because I can't stand half of them and I see how they operate. And if I were an elite billionaire, I would not want to share the planet with them either. Yes, I get your point.
Yeah, like I don't think the freedom of movement should exist either.
Well, I mean, I've always been the one to say for years, which is why my politics wasn't accepted in governor school and high school, which is we should shut the borders of America. But, I wasn't listened to. Now look what you got.
Not just the borders of America. Like, I think that you shouldn't be able to move around. Like, the biggest threat to America is America.
Uh-oh.
Right? Like, the problem is, like, what happens when you have, like, really good jobs? Everyone else moves there, then your job sucks again.
Well, I mean, let's face it, the LARP of America being the greatest country ever was just to, get people, psyoped into the idea that, the American dream is real. So,
I mean, like, the American dream was literally invented by a Ford ad executive. Like, bro, come on now. Like, this is day one shit.
Harrison Ford?
No, like, fucking Henry Ford.
Oh.
It was meant to sell cars.
Well, I was always a fan of the guy who, made that flight bodysuit and jumped off, what was it, the Eiffel Tower, and he splatted. At least he tried, right? I think he was trying to make a parachute or something, the first parachute. But, hey, rest in peace. But I get your point,
Well, let's be honest, Pinoid. If it was a Chevy ad executive, you might want to buy the American Dream, right?
That's right. Dodge the father and ram the daughter.
I'm a big fan of Chevrolet. All right? I'm a GM guy. I bleed both sides. All right, this is what it is. But like, listen. Oh, by the way, don't listen.
Uh-oh.
Well,
He's over here wondering why it is that cars are so fucked up today. Right, and I'm like, bro, I can, like, I answered him in the comment section, but like, I'm a motherfucking like clap him in like a video, and just show like, hey, listen, the reason why your car sucks is because the number one consumer has been and will be into the future women.
Uh-oh.
Women don't care about fucking cars, right? Yeah, listen, like they don't give a fuck about how it looks. They don't care about the brand. They don't give a shit about the goddamn fucking engine. They don't care about anything.
Said there was too much carbon monoxide.
I don't listen. Why are you saying these things? Like, so like the whole thing back in the day was
because politics.
The number one thing that like fucking that sold cars was cup holders.
I thought it was the little cigarette thing, so that way you could light cigarettes or.
Not like it's literally cup holders. That's the number one thing that sells cars, right? And so, like, what motherfuckers don't understand is that they're not making cars for you and me. They're making cars for women. That's right. The consumer market they're aiming at.
That's why in the 50s it was known to fuck in the car, so that it was fuck on the go.
I mean, like, listen, because in the 50s, men were the one with the purse strings. That's why cars were beautiful. Sometimes you have to like reconsider shit like a different fucking like viewpoint.
Oh, I would agree. The 50s and 60 cars are some of my favorite cars.
I mean, like I like the 70s personally, like early 70s. Now, actually, I like the looks of like a lot of the 70s, like the later 70s cars. But like the small shit, like turned them into like 110 horsepower, like pieces of garbage, right? But, I mean, I like the, like, for instance, you go look at, like, a 74, 75 Corvette with, like, the big humps on it and shit.
Agreed.
Like, that was a sexy fucking looking car, right? Like, the fucking Trans Ams and Firebirds were beautiful. Ford looked like ass. Almost every one of their models was trash. Except maybe the Maverick was cool and the Gremlin was terrible. but like everything else was kind of just dog water. But like fucking the early 70s is when like cars hit their zenith. Like if you go look at like a 1971 Dodge Charger, right? It's way prettier than a 69.
That's right. I
Right?
want to be David Hasselhoff with a Knight Rider.
Yeah, listen, that was a 1984 Trans Am.
I'm just saying. I want some artificial demon car.
Yo, I actually had a Chrysler Laser that was based on that. Right? I had a 1986 Chrysler Laser, and when you got in, it would talk to you. Like it had like a little robot voice, right? And it would be like, "Low coolant level, right? Please check windshield wiper fluid," right? That type of stuff. Fuck, cool. I liked it. I kind of did like it.
That's right, Dave. We will drive you where you want to go.
Well, I mean, like, all right. So here's the thing. Imagine having a car that was more like a horse, right? Where like you whistled and it would like come to you.
But
or,
when
like,
a horse doesn't work no more, you put it down with a rifle.
I agree. Right? Same with the car though, right? Like when a car don't work no more, you know what I'm saying? Like send it to the scrapyard. Like a car is a horse, right? At the end of the day, that's why like the self-driving cars are terrible because you're basically taking away the horse aspect of it.
Well, it's okay because you'll have gigantic flying drones here soon, the size of fucking, almost the size of a bus. So it'll be okay.
Nah, they're never going to do that.
Not according to some of the software, but yeah, okay.
No, it's not that, right? It's like flight is very risky, right? Like it is extremely risky.
It's
and, like,
risky for civilian use, but it's not for private military applications. Or
no, it's still risky for them. No, the biggest risk you have, right, as like in the military, is in like fucking flight transport for like high-end diplomats, right, and like high-end fucking guys. Right, like what's his name? Fucking Pokinski or whatever the fuck his name was from fucking Russia. The guy who fucking was running the Blackwater thing over there. Like that motherfucker literally got clapped in the air. Right, that's when you're the most vulnerable is when you're in the air. Right, number one. Number two, like a failure in a fucking plane, right, is catastrophic. And that's why that's why we don't do drones like that. Right, like drones are fucking dumb. Right, like literally, like the whole like flying car thing is stupid. Do you know how many fucking checks you have to do before you can take off in a fucking plane?
Hush! For the price of 99 million shekels, you too can fly around in your personal metropolis. Fuck.
Yeah, it's like yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like nobody's gonna do this. Like fucking. Everybody who already had everybody who can afford to do it already does it. No one else is going to do it. Like even millionaires borrow jets. Like
that's right,
ride other people's jets and rent them.
That UFO I saw 3 years ago was really a billionaire flying around.
Might have been.
Probably was.
Right.
I believe that more than butt probing alien.
Yeah, the biggest problem is like. Like when you're driving and something bad happens, like at least you're still on the fucking ground. Like you slow down, get over, you know what I mean? Or like wreck into something, you know what I mean? And like you'll stop, you know what I mean, as a whole. And like it's not super catastrophic most of the time when something breaks in your car, right? But if something breaks in the air and that motherfucker stops flying, the majority of this fucking world is either water or fucking mountains and forests, right? And you can't land on either one of those. And if you do land on the water, right, like the big puddles in between, like, North America and, like, fucking Asia and, like, fucking or Africa and Europe, right, or the one between, like, America and Asia, nigga, you are fucked. You're going to get eaten by a shark. That is not your natural habitat. Everywhere that I go, I got people I know. Who got people they know? So I suggest you lay low. God damn, this fucking truck is a piece of shit. Holy crap. What are you doing, Neurojack?
Yeah, why are you so silent? I'm starting to think you a Fed.
Yeah, everybody thinks Neurojack's a Fed. Neurojack be smoking that neuro crack.
Nah, I don't think he a Fed. He's just a paranoid white boy. No, Jack.
Said he a peckable of paranoia. I'll tell you what Neurojack does need to do is get away from fucking women all the time. Like, yo, that nigga be motherfucking worried about everybody backbiting him all the time. It's weird. I mean, it's okay about it, but like, you shouldn't vocalize it.
She, you hear that? He talking. You know, come on, man. Now, my experience with women has always been very strange, except for the woman that I'm with now, who I love dearly. When I was growing up, for some reason, it was always older women that were interested in me, and it was always strange. Girls my age never wanted to date me, but boy, I sure did have a lot of fucking older women.
Yeah. I feel you.
I've only met a few women who were like, you know, beautiful and like cut your face off, but you know, my general experience with women is I know that women can be crazy, but you know, mine hasn't really been all that bad. I've met most of my exes were just immature. You know, I was much more mature than what they ever were. So
yeah.
Thankfully, it's not like Jack over here. Him and his lovely little femboys.
Nah, listen, he got a wife because he got kids. I be hearing the kids in the background all the fucking time. Which that's weird, if I'm being honest with you. Like, I feel like if you're gonna do the online thing, like, just do it away from the kids. That's like a hobby of yours. I mean, it's not something you should like have the children's around. Like, let them be innocent for a little bit, you know, like, you know. They don't need this fucking stress. They don't need this stress, dog. They don't need it.
Yeah, it's rough. My son already sees a lot of the stuff that's happening in the world and stuff. You know, he's had some crazy experience with society just because the mental and moral degeneration of society since I've been growing up. Even he's witnessed some of it. So, you know, you can only do so much, unfortunately. You know, he doesn't go to school. He's homeschooled. And as far, you know, over my dead body, that's the way I've always seen it. I'm not letting... I can tell you one thing, the world has proven that you really can't trust anyone with your kids, so it's a rough situation.
I feel you.
Like, once he's old enough that I know he can pull out a pair of nunchucks and kick someone's ass on his own, then I might feel a little bit more comfortable. But right now, he's under the protection of his dad, and I'll be damned. Like, I will, you know, I'll fucking skin your face off to find my child. So, you know, with all the shit that's happening in school with these weird teachers and how basically everyone's a pedo now, like, over my dead body, like I said, it's not happening. You got to be careful, man.
I don't think everybody's a pedo, right? You know what I mean? I think they
I
exist.
don't either, but you know, you'd be shocked to find out, just like me, when I did like the very first search in my area, and I realized that, you know, I thought pedophiles weren't supposed to be allowed to live a certain amount of feet within school, and realized that there's 200 literally, and there's literally an elementary school not even 2.5 blocks down from me, and there's like 50 just within the area. So, you know, like, I realized at a young age, and since growing up with my street smarts, like, you really cannot trust anyone in your street, Pinoid. I've had people who I thought were like full on nice, kind, loving people put me in a car and thought they were taking me home, and then literally tried to like touch me. Like, trust me, I'm not one. I don't like to be over paranoid in a lot of ways, but I learned at a young age, you don't just walk up to anyone and trust anyone. I've been at jobs and had literal coworkers go full on basically fucking psychopath over small little things. Like, I realize you know, I'm all for defending oneself if I have to, but you know,
Well,
my son.
I had somebody try to snatch my kid one time, right? Fucking my kid's grandmother was taking him out for a fucking walk down in the city. And some crackhead fucking like grabbed a hold of my kid and tried to run off. And like a black dude literally like stopped this motherfucker, like grabbed my kid out of his hands and then beat shit out of him. Right? You know what I mean? Like, you'd be amazed. Like, yo, humans will fucking surprise you. You know what I mean? Like, how often they fucking are willing to go to war for you and yours. You know what I mean? Like,
but
you know, like I had fucking these two fiends one time kidnapped my fucking son out when he was real little, and I went in with the ball being hammers. You know what I mean? To clean them motherfuckers up. Like, it can be done. You know what I mean? Right? You know, like I know what I'm capable of because I had to do it.
Well, even I myself, I've put myself now, I think, 3 times in harm's way for a female being abused by a man. So, you know, and each time
that's retarded.
I understand, but you know, I'm one of them people whether, you know,
stop doing that. Stop doing that. Don't do that. That's bad. It's really bad for your health. Like, don't help women. Let them fucking bitches suffer. The only ones that you should stand up for are like your kin. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that was before I had a child. So I don't know. The last one I did, we were at the park, and we were actually in the middle of the woods, and we couldn't get home any other way. I'm not taking my child 2.5 miles to the woods to get home. So, you know, thankfully the guy kind of just backed off when he realized I had my nunchucks in my hand. But, you know, they were a bunch of crackhead homeless white people. So what do you expect?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know about no nunchucks, but like, you know, I rescued a bitch one time, bruh, and like I saved the dude's life too, because that motherfucker pushed me and I was gonna break it. So listen, that motherfucker was gonna die.
I saved a man once. I pulled a katana sword.
No. Like, yo, this dude pushed me, right? And like he was standing like with his back to like some concrete steps, right? I'd have hit him. Because like I was like 6 foot, 6'1", like 210 pounds. I was working at the steel mill. I was just all horsepower, right? I'd have hit him. This motherfucker would have died. He would have fell down them steps and busted his head. I would have went to jail, right? And I just hugged him. I was like, Brad, like, calm down, because he was beating on his bitch or whatever, right? You know what I mean? Like kicking her door and shit. But then like the next day I see him. She got a fucking black eye and a swollen lip, and her whole hands walking through the parking lot, right? And I got to know these motherfuckers. They were swingers. Right, and this happened all the fucking time. I came over one day, like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years later, whatever, and because like me and him were like worked on cars together, and she was supposed to help me, fucking during the week. I come over Monday, and I'm like, Brad, listen, you're supposed to help me on Saturday. What the fuck's going on, Brad? It's Monday. He goes, it's fucking Monday, and he just slaps the shit out of his bitch.
Hell yeah. Tough love.
You know what I mean? Like, yo, just this is what they did. You know, so like, I mean, this bitch wanted that shit. She tolerated that shit, right? And like, you're better off learning a lesson that you just let motherfuckers have their relationships. You know what I mean? It ain't none of your fucking business. Like, if somebody put hands on my little sister, different animal. She belongs to me. That's my fucking property. Right? Like, yo, you don't get to abuse my fucking property. Like,
I
fuck
get
outta
it,
here with that
Pinoid,
bullshit.
but I'm not going to walk away from a man who's choking a woman so hard that she is literally going limp from the amount of pressure that the man is applying, and could have easily just, like,
Again,
yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't care. Yeah,
I know you don't,
care.
because you're not a human being in most aspects. It's okay.
I am a human being, but I don't care.
Have you ever done? That's right. That's why you could never serve in emergency services, like being an EMT. So I don't expect much from you. No offense, when it comes to being a human in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, why would I be an EMT? Like, that's fucking retarded. I'll make $12 an hour to like fucking go and save fucking junkies on a regular basis. That's dumb.
Some people try to be healers.
I mean, I'm a healer. Like, listen, again, I like helping people, right? But, like, my job is not to save retards, okay? Like, yo, you want to be fucking retarded, you go be retarded on your own.
That's right. No Narcan for you. Overdose, motherfuckers.
Yeah, pay the price.
Well, this definitely couldn't be a humanitarian ad.
Listen, you play dumb games, you win dumb prizes.
I would agree, but
Would you? I mean, because you're talking about like saving these fucking retards.
I mean, because Pinoy, at the end of the day, while I agree with most of your blunt points, I still try to remain, humanistic, and that a majority of people probably don't really choose the lives that they get into. A majority of people is a set of circumstances that a majority of people don't really in the end choose. I can tell you a majority of people who I know overdosed on drugs didn't really choose the drugs. It was usually a crutch they had to do because something didn't work or this. Like, addiction is a pretty powerful and addictive thing beyond just, putting a crack pipe to your mouth. Not saying I smoke crack, but I've been to a few rehabilitation places, and I can tell you that not everyone who, does drugs is, necessarily a bad person. So who's to say who's to say that strung out couple that, I stopped the dude from slamming his girlfriend head first on the concrete, was bad just because they chose to do drugs and were homeless. I mean, you don't know. That could have been me, but I'm not going to slam my woman on the ground. So again, it comes down to, I wasn't raised that way. Sure, I'm not going to throw myself into a life-threatening situation where I know I can immediately get shot and killed. But it's the same thing if it were a child. Could you say that if it were a child being choked out by its parent, because it's a child, you just step in? Well, I mean, again, I can understand.
No. Yeah, you saved the child, right? The child's fine, right? Like, you don't let the parent choke the child the fuck out, 100%, right? Like, you stop that type of shit from happening. But, you don't fucking stand here and interfere when it's, a grown-ass adult, right, getting their ass kicked by their partner. Again, they probably fucking deserve it. Fuck them.
I get that, but, I mean, sure, based on circumstances, if, I understand it's a domestic thing that always happens, that's one thing, but, I will admit that the 3 times that I had to step in, or I decided to step in, it literally was along the path that I was going. And in reality, I just could not walk away from the situation. I can't sit there and watch a dude choke his girlfriend out while there's no one around in a cemetery, possibly kill her, and just call the cops and walk away and hope, that, in that moment, if that had been me, or, like you said, if it was a sister, I'm just a human, Pinoy. I'm not going to be able to just sit there and walk away from a situation. Now, if the motherfucker had a gun and was down there, blowing her brains out, well, what am I going to do from 100 yards away? So, I mean, again, based on circumstances, I'm not stupid, but in the end, I'm going to be a human, man.
Listen, again,
even if your ass was in a car, and even if I was worried about that car exploding, the majority of the time, I'm still going to probably pull you out of that car because I wouldn't want to hear you burning alive as I walk away. So
yeah, listen, again, I have saved a lot of lives, right, in my lifetime, all right? You know what I mean? I've rescued bitches out of fucking heroin abuse. You know what I mean? They now have children and families, all these type of things. I have helped people throughout my motherfucking years. right? I've saved niggas at the fucking mill, right? You know what I mean? Pulled them out of fucking situations where they were gonna die.
But you say you don't
Right,
care,
I've
so
done-
what does it matter?
No. Again, right? These are motherfuckers who are my people, right? These are motherfuckers who like were put in my stead. So like, yes, I'm going to help them. You think I'm going to help some fucking rando on the street? No, fuck that motherfucker, bro. Like, I will help
I would
somebody. Like,
agree.
all right, listen, if you're burning in a car, right, or like, you know, oh no, like you flip your fucking bicycle over, or you get hit by a car or whatever, I'll help you to fuck out. You know what I mean? Right? Like, I will fucking help you to fuck out because that was no fault of your own, right? But if you and your fucking dude are going through some fucking bullshit and like I fucking, you know what I mean, you're gonna do some shit that's retarded and get yoked out. If my kid's with me, I'm gonna tell you, dude, yo, calm the fuck down on my kid seeing this shit. Right? You know what I mean? He'll be like, oh, I got you. Right? You know what I mean? And he'll fucking chill the fuck out because like most men will respect that. You know what I mean?
No, that
But
one
you think I'm
didn't.
gonna I mean, listen, again, all you gotta do is ask him. You know what I mean?
I mean, I did. You know what? I was standing there right there in front of him with a pair of nunchucks. You know, I was doing it in a friendly manner, but, you know, after he done slammed his girlfriend on the ground, I'm like, dude, you know, I'm just trying to get through here with my child. And he was like, well, you know, she hit me first. I'm like, I understand that, sir, but, you know, is it worth going to jail over? Just calm down. And he act like he was going to approach me. He like looked me up and down and he was going to like, he went toward me and then he looked at my hand and saw where I had my nunchucks and I got my arms wide open, showing him that I'm not being aggressive. But, you know, still the point is, you know, I know martial arts. I know how to handle myself in a martial arts fight if I really needed to. And as long as someone doesn't have a katana or a machete and, you know, a machine gun stuck in their ass, you know, I know how to handle myself in self-defense. So, you know, I'm not stupid when it comes to that sense. But, you know, again, you know, that's how I try to live. I don't think there's anything wrong with going out of your way to help someone in a time of need.
No, I mean, again, I don't rescue bitches, bro. Listen, like, yo, let that bitch get her ass kicked. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
I mean, I guess, but, you know, again, context, if you know the situation, sure, but how do you know that's not a woman who's like constantly beaten and raped by her abuser every single day or a trafficking victim?
I will tell you how I know it's not a woman who's like getting beaten every fucking day, right? And if they are, they deserve it because there is every fucking thing in the world to help them and they just don't want to do it.
Uh-oh. That is true. No, the first person I stood up for, I literally called the cops for her after I got the guy to stop choking her, because he was a pussy little skinny white boy, and even then I had my nunchucks or whatever. We walk back to the residence, whatever, and I call the cops, whatever, and come to find out she got right back with him 2 weeks later. So like I get what you're saying, Pinoy, that like in the end, looking back at the situations like the last time I had done it, you know, did the both of them get right back on their bikes and just, you know, go and murder each other somewhere else? You know, in the end, I agree that to some extent it's stupid. But, you know, I do agree that to some extent I will walk away from a situation. I've always done that to some degree, which has kept me alive this long, because I can tell you it ain't easy being a white boy on the street. But still the point is, you know, I'm a very humanistic person, and, you know, while my decision to go out of my way to help someone in need may seem strange to most, it's just that's how I'm hardwired. You know, again, the circumstances usually have to be pretty dire, but I would much rather have a mentality of someone like me, because at least, you know, someone like me, if you were stuck in a, you know, in a shootout, and, you know, you got shot in the abdomen and you're, you know, holding your guts in, that I'm going to at least do everything I can to pull you out there and at least apply a fucking bandage to your wound and at least trying to keep your guts in, while, you know, most people just say, you know, fuck you, good luck. You know, that's the kind of mentality, I guess, that I'm trying to get across as, because, you know, I think that's really a big kind of mentality a lot of people my age really don't possess anymore. As someone who, you know, did very well in leadership roles, I can tell you that a lot of people just, they don't have no good infrastructure when it comes to a good role model. And for me, my good role models were usually, you know, martial arts type people and stuff like that. So, I've always tried to live a very philosophical type of lifestyle, and standing up for people who, regardless of whether it's a woman or a man. I've put my life on my life on the line now twice for two men. And the very first time I ever did it, I was probably 15 or 16 years old, and a dude was getting assaulted outside of my door or whatever, and the dude was just getting the living shit welled out of him. And he was younger than the guy who was beating on him, and I have no clue for whatever reason why he was really beating on him. I just know that he was dating some girl upstairs or whatever. And I come walking out the door, and I held a katana up to the dude's face and told him, you need to step the fuck away from my door, because my mom was living there at the time and she was sick or whatever. And so again, like, I get what you're saying, but I think there's not enough kindness or goodness in this world. And albeit it might not, how many times I've picked up a wallet, dude, and I've never gotten a reward for it. So again, I guess what it really comes down to, I'm not expecting anything out of it. It's just, it does make me feel good at the end of the day to know that, I've only ever helped one person out of addiction. But I can tell you, I had a friend named Brandon, and I've known him for quite some time, and I'm not saying I think he would ever kill me, but if you ever caught him on a bad day when he's under the influence of some drugs, he would probably fucking bash my skull in with a fucking hammer. So, as much as I think he would die for me in some instance, I can just go to say that, the mentality of people who I've experienced in my life don't really know what it means to be human anymore, Pinoid. So, a majority of people that I know in my general vicinity in my neighborhood would not bat an eye at probably even really a child, because these people sit right here and will allow all around this city to sit here and let their children run around the city, knowing that there's a missing children crisis going on right now just in our state. Because why? Oh, there's still a bunch of fucking immigrants here. How suspicious. But anyway, still the point is that, at some point, if you don't try to be a good person in all aspect, I don't think you're really a person at all. As someone who's tried to feed the homeless and tried to help homeless people.
Listen, I gotta go. I gotta go take care of some work shit real quick, bro. Fuck, I have to go. I'll be right
Then
back.
go do your shit. We're gonna LARP for humanity while you're gone.
Are we gonna LARP now?
No, I think everyone should be homeless crackheads who do KY. Was that? I can't remember the old synthetic weed. Was it KY?
KY, yeah, KY jelly weed.
Oh yeah, K jelly. No, it was KY2 or something like that. Synthetic weed.
K2, yeah. I tried it a couple times.
Yeah, it's fucking anyway. But the point is everything's a LARP.
It was breathtaking, literally.
I tried it once. But I've also tried catnip allegedly. So what does that tell you?
Yeah. Well, I tried some weed called cat piss, and that was pretty good actually. But that's a LARP. No, I'm just kidding. What do you think of Terrifier the Clown here?
It's definitely a popular psyop because the store close to me is selling masks of him now, where they were in last Halloween.
Well, that's probably what you're gonna see when the immigrants break into your house.
No, yeah, you're probably right. I don't know, dude. It gets to a point where, as much as I get tired of LARPing about it all, if one of it, really does happen at that point, then, you're just going to have to deal with the situation as it comes. What really can you do when society is allowed to start to fall apart? Mainly because it's being a controlled demolition. That's what your government calls collateral damage. Just like Nico Bellic says. So, I don't know. It does get old after a while, constantly LARPing about things, but, where does that go to say? Maybe the whole point is to keep us. The more that they keep us in a looping LARP, the more that they can keep us confined, and that's really what they want. The more that they can think that we have the freedoms and the LARPings that we're doing is what we're actually supposed to be doing. The more that they get away with what they're actually doing. I mean, I don't know. The more they have us looking over here, the more they're doing that over there, I think, or something like that. Because if every single day you turn around, you're having, the stuff in the media or whatever doing what they're doing. So, it's just strange. The comments of what I'm seeing on the two bang bangs or whatever that happened, I'm not entirely convinced they're all real people. I sat there for probably a good 30 minutes and read probably well over 400 comments, and I would say maybe 20 or 30% of them seemed like real people, but most of them seemed like rage baiting, like anti-Semitic, Jew-hating starting stuff. Like they were purposely sending bots or people into the comments to start problems. So, yeah, at this point, what is it? Are we really all in a constant fucking devil LARP or God LARP? I mean, that's what it seems like at this point. I mean, I don't know. Every single day you're hearing about new shit in the news, and just seems very strange,
Yeah. Well, did you see the video I posted from San Francisco where it showed like the Chabad Lubavitch, like Jewish guy? He's like, "Oh, I had a friend who got shot by this guy in Australia." It's just like every single person that you see on the news, like, "Oh, I had a grandfather who died in the Holocaust" or something. It's like, man, like, pretty weird.
I don't think I saw it.
I'll share it in a second. I'll share my screen in a few minutes, but especially if more people join, I'll do a full full tilt boogie LARP for you guys. But yeah, I got some good stuff, man. What did you think of what Pilleater was talking about?
I didn't really hear most of what he said, to be honest. I mean, I was in and out when Pilleater was on here. Sorry, I wasn't here for that conversation. Well, it's like Pinoy said. You think everything's a psyop? Fucking yeah. So there you go. I would say 99% of everything is a psyop for everyone, but not for me, because there's very little that influences me. There are things that make my personality what they are, but there's very little things that actually influence me. You're just a product of a psyop. You're psyop Plato. What are we doing, man? They got mind probes in my ass. Nowhere to live. No damn reason at all. What are you gonna do when you run out of gas? Call AAA. Well, I don't like LARPing alone. I need some other mentally unstable person to come and LARP. Good thing I didn't become a radio host or something, since I'm so disliked.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to add some videos for the background here, but it's not letting me. So
Oh,
yeah, like it's
technical
StreamYard is really
difficulties.
no StreamYard is gay. It can only be a PNG, a JPG, a GIF, a MP4.
Oh yeah, yep. They did the same thing to me.
I was like, dude, like I've got like thousands of videos that I want to upload, and
They're not the
cock
only
blocking
ones
me.
doing that. It is very strange. There's a lot of apps that are doing that to me, like my music app that lets me separate my audio so that way I can make my music sound more clear or whatever, so I can separate the vocals and the instrumentals. And even they've made weird updates now to where they had to be certain audio files where they were just let me pick it out of my phone and upload it. So there's a lot of video games and other things that are doing weird updates for their stuff. You know, same thing with what they're doing with PS4. They're going to be shutting down the PS4 maintenance stuff here soon, so that way they're forcing everybody to get newer consoles. So even some of the older computers are not getting maintenance anymore or whatever, because they're starting to shut down some of the old computer system and their operating systems. So I don't know. Always something. I say at this point, maybe really we all should have a fucking
That
brain
sounds like
chip. I
schizophrenia to
mean,
me.
what's the worst thing? What's the worst thing about a brain chip other than what the battery acid leaks in your brain and causes you to go into necrotic seizures? I mean, come on, what's the worst that could happen? What's the side effects from that umbrella? I don't know, dude. Let's get into a fucking ludicrous speed. This is fucking redonkulous. I just want to be an Instagram OnlyFan influencer.
What'd you say, you son of a sea biscuit?
I said I want to put on a GIMP mask. Nah, I was making
It's
fun of
never too
the
late.
actor,
It's never too
who
late to do
died or
that.
whatever. The mask actor dude or whatever. He played in Pulp Fiction.
Who did
About
that?
his little gay scene or whatever. Remember in Pulp Fiction where the dude who plays as the
Again?
black, I mean, with the black dude and the GIMP
Oh,
scene, whatever, with the gay scene,
Ving
that dude
Rhames?
died, the white dude or whatever his name is, I don't remember. He also played in The Mask in the second movie as the villain or whatever.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
He
I know you're
died.
talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, that dude's actually pretty scary, to be honest with you.
he's pretty fucking scary.
I haven't been seeing the comments, but this is really funny. Pilleater said to marry sushi people. That's pretty accurate.
Who? Mushi Shushi Whoop? What?
Pilleater said to marry sushi people.
Marry sushi people. Yeah, well, he reminds me of the brother from 50 First Dates.
Which one's that?
50
I never
First
saw
Dates,
that
the
movie.
brother.
Bullshit!
You never saw that movie with Adam Sandler?
Really, I never did.
Where
I've
he
seen
dates.
I've seen a lot of Adam Sandler movies, but I've never seen that one.
Bruh. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, that movie's just a little bit too Jewish for me. I can tell you that.
Uh-oh. What's wrong? You don't like watching Egghead? Yeah, I
Who's
don't,
that guy?
Adam Sandler.
I think Adam
They
Sandler was
literally-
good in the movie. In the movie he did with Brendan Fraser. Do you ever see that movie?
Yes, I bet.
Airheads.
Then no, I don't know. I would have to see a bit of it, which is weird because I've seen just about every single Brendan Fraser movie. So
Yeah, I know you love that Brendan Fraser.
yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. That's what happens when you sell your soul to sexy, hot Satan lady.
That was a really good
Here you
movie,
go.
though, for real.
Yeah, well, you know, he was telling you exactly what he had to do in order to get what he got, and now you see what.
What do you think about that, boy?
Let's
He's
see
a
how this humanoid
bodybuilder.
robot handles a classic task like picking cotton.
What'd you say? What'd you say, boy?
That's him.
Are you crazy? Is you crazy or something?
Yeah, bodybuilder. Not gonna lie, I thought that's who it was at first. I like this guy though. He's my favorite.
Who's that be?
Black Coup.
Is that real? It looks like something you might see over there in Japan.
All these grams making ounces.
What's that mean?
All these grams making ounces.
Are you talking about drugs? I wouldn't know anything about that.
All these grams making ounces.
What does that mean?
I think it's one big fucking LARP, and we ain't allowed in it because we won't spread our buttholes.
Did you watch that video I put in the thing earlier? The you know what I'm talking about? The dude who said like sell your whole and your soul, but still be your spiritual too.
No, I don't know. I mean, if you don't personally send me something, I'm not.
No, you seemed like you were responding to it. You said something like, you know, he's telling us to like join, you know, go make a bunch of money or something like that.
Oh, that I might have. I mean, yeah. I mean,
Man, you need to stop smoking that neuro crack. I sent you a sample. Okay, it didn't tell you to get addicted. Come on.
I think if you want to get into the big time upper echelon of certain entertainment industries, you will inevitably have to rub elbows with certain people who do things of which I do not wish to be associated with. I'm good.
Such as?
You never know. I'm not going to throw crimes out there, but you know, I'm sure there are a variety of range of which, to a degree, I would never stoop. So I'm just saying that, you know, I don't think you get into the movie industry or the video game industry and become big top name people without conscribing to something. I think if Ed Boon were to step out of line one day in his life, his billions or millions of dollars would go bye-bye in an instant, as well as would his Mortal Kombat empire. So, you know,
Schizophrenic.
it may be schizophrenic, but it also sounds like the truth. So,
Wearing a dress for fame should tell you everything you need to know. For fame, yeah. Well, I mean,
it's just everyone lives for a facade, which is called money. So,
well, maybe you should start living for a facade, and then you'll have some money.
you mean like the trans people who said I could be anything? Well, that doesn't work when I call myself a billionaire.
You can be anything except for yourself. I mean, I think that's the lesson that we've all learned by this point. Look at this guy dancing behind you. I mean, don't you want to be like him? He's not ashamed.
Well, good thing he's dancing on a checkered floor.
Yeah, it hits like every single conspiracy. It's like the gay conspiracy, the Jewish conspiracy, the Freemasonic.
I'm not gonna lie though, if that's real, dude does have some moves. So
yeah, he's a good dancer, man. I mean, I wouldn't want to be in the same room with him, but.
Jew.
I feel like I might get some gauge off of him. Breathing the same air.
The way he flipped his arms like a fuck.
I like the camera. The camera work is pretty good too, though. There's like, I think this is Gen X Jeff's ex-boyfriend.
Oh, we wouldn't to offend now, would we?
I don't think Gen XF will be offended by this. I think
you can't be if you can take dick in your ass.
Well, how do you know he's not dishing it out? He could be like that.
Oh, that's right. He's a taker, not a giver.
I mean, honestly, I wish Jeff would have stuck around more. Like, I mean, I guess he's happy with the way his channel has gone, but like, he was really good at trolling people unintentionally, and I wish he would like have stuck around more. And I wish I could like ask him to go on panels, and like just like especially like I think if he had stayed around Andrew Wilson's show and like him and Andrew do the show once in a while of like gay versus Andrew Wilson, like that would be a hilarious show. Like I think it would have made Andrew Wilson's show a lot better personally. Like, can you imagine like Andrew Wilson saying something and then Gen X Jeff is like, wait a second, what is that? And then he's like, shut up.
Yeah, I like Jeff. Jeff, if you hear this, come around more, man. We don't hate you.
Yeah, I just don't want to go on his show because his show is like it's just too many trolls, man. Like he's got like every flavor of troll.
Yeah, I know. It comes with who he is. You know, I wish him the best despite the my Christianism.
Well, I mean, despite the gauge, I wish him the best.
No.
I'm just kidding. He knows I'm kidding. He's funny. I mean, like, look, the thing is, I don't hate the gays.
No, he's always been chill. I'll tell you this. I think in this day and age, it's a lot more than just being gay that takes to offend me. So it's not your gayness. It's not your gayness that offends me.
Well, to be honest, I sounded a little gay. So.
Oh well.
I knew it had rubbed off on you, if you know what I mean.
I mean, no offense, but if I am a Christian, I mean, it's kind of gay to love a gay guy, right? So,
Well, you got to be a little
rainbowy. That's right. That's right. You see the rainbow, taste the rainbow.
Yeah, just don't choke on the rainbow or bite it.
Yeah, sorry. Because I'm a smoker, my voice acting skills have severely declined. So,
well, you should be a toker, a midnight joker, something. You know the song.
But does she like it when I poke her? No. What is it? Have
you ever heard of these handheld devices that are like retro gaming devices?
You gotta be more specific than that.
You know, it's like little Game Boy type things or PSP type things or like Steam Decks or you know what I'm talking about. You ever seen these things before?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of handheld portables that have been distributed in my lifetime.
Well, there's a whole industry about like with it, and I didn't even know this until recently. But apparently, there's like all these like devices that you can play like PSP and PS1 and PS2 and PS3 and all this stuff.
That doesn't surprise me. No.
It's like emulators. So like basically, like you know what an emulator is, right? It's like, so like
No, I'm retarded.
Okay, well let me break it down for you. You emulate to play the game from not down go.
Yeah, no shit. I have a phone that has like 10 games from my childhood. Which, the game industry took note of all the people who were downloading original games on their phones and turned around and re-released them on the systems and made like more millions of dollars off of old PS1 games. So they knew exactly with what they were doing.
Mm-hmm. I know that's right.
Well, I mean, I would too. No, dude, I'm serious. There are a few games on the PlayStation Store that if I sent them to you, you would honestly go, "What the fuck? How were these even made?" That's why I told you, like, it really doesn't seem to be that hard to get a game made. It's just, I guess you got to find the right people because there are some games on the PlayStation Store, dude, that I tell you should not exist. Like, anyone can buy these games, including a child. Like, if a child were to get on here, they literally have a hentai sex girl shop, a sex shop, a weed shop, like, and this is a PS game.
Well, how else are they going to be trained to be degenerates? I mean, come on.
Yeah, they do that on purpose. But, you know, that's why they, you know, also made the gaming systems digital now, because they're allowed to take away your games at any moment and say that you don't own them. So
also cast a shadow,
well,
as you can imagine.
Here we go. You ready?
Show me my Jew masters.
Oh, I'm going to. You're gonna love it.
Gay.
Darlene is live in the square. How's it looking so far, though?
Yeah, Brian, Andrea, a lot of folks are celebrating with heavy hearts. In fact, the rabbi who organized the celebration lost a close friend in that mass shooting. There are a lot of police officers all throughout Venus Square. They're dotted all throughout this area. They want to make sure this event is safe. And
so how convenient that, you know, someone on the other side of the world just happens to be a friend with you know, the leading rabbi in San Francisco who's like organizing Hanukkah or something. My wife's boyfriend is a cool cat. Is that you? I knew it. I knew what's his name? Come on. Tucker Carlson's son watches my show. Oh my god, how can I not remember this guy's name? Alex Stein. Yeah. Alex Stein. I knew Alex Stein watched my show, dude. Thank you. I appreciate you.
You know, that could be legit. I can see that.
Well, no. Well, apparently that Landry guy, who I've never really interacted with at all, so I don't know what the deal with him is, but apparently he like knows Alex Stein or something. So I mean, it's definitely possible. Is that you, Alex Stein? I am a big fan of your work. I mean, you're a great psyop, so I appreciate you. One of the best.
No comment.
With a little coaching from me, the big old Trump guy, billions of dollars. We're gonna get you to the top. I wish I could do a good Trump impression, but
yeah, well, it makes you wonder who owns Alex Stein compared to Charlie Kirk.
Glenn Beck owned Alex Stein most recently, but I don't know if he's still working for him or not. He seems to have ended his show on the Blaze or something. I don't know. His show on the Blaze was really funny though. Like, not every single one, but his show was pretty good, dude. Like, I have to admit, like, for a cable TV show, like, Alex Stein was doing some very interesting show. Like, dude, did I ever show you? Oh, I'm gonna find the show. I have this funny ass show that I have by him, where he like, I think I played it before, but it's like he had like somebody come on and pretend to be George Floyd, and then he like pretended to like kill him on screen and like put his knee on his back.
It is very strange how Alex Stein is allowed to get away with what he gets away with.
Dude, I cannot believe that he did that on cable too. Like, dude, this dude has balls, man. Like, I mean, or he's very like connected or something. I don't know which one it is, but it was funny because it was very multi-layered. So it wasn't like hateful. I would say it's not really hateful. It was just very like this very weird like sketch comedy art or something. It's pretty weird. It's like he's doing like a serious news show mixed in with like a comedy show, mixed in with like a skit, mixed in with like a like breaking the fourth wall. It's pretty weird. Like there's not a lot of TV shows I've seen that have done that. That is scripted but not scripted. It's obviously scripted to some degree, but it's also like improv. It's like sketch. It's like what do you call it? Like improv. So it's like improv comedy with like a sketch with like a script. So it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird. Like remember the?
And it's a free flow Truman Show.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty good way to put it. Because the reason I started watching him was he was like watching. I watched him like a few years ago. Watching like Night of the Living Dead, and he was actually like watching the movie, and then he started talking about like some like really weird esoteric stuff. And I was like, damn, this is really interesting. And then his mom got, C-19, and then he went to he went to the hospital, and allegedly like watched her die, like filmed his mom like getting killed by the doctor, allegedly. So it was very weird because then he was like joking about it like the next day after it happened, but he was like crying at the same time. It was really if it was a psyop, it was like one of the best psyops I've ever seen in my life. So I was like, okay, it was very interesting. And then he got on Alex Jones right after that. So I guess if you're pro tip for future influencers out there, go film some family members dying and then make it a joke, and you might get on Alex Jones and then get your own TV show.
Well, I mean, I assume that most of the people in power or shit, are that type of way where, do they really care if a family member's in the hospital, like dying? Like, probably not. How quickly can you send that bank account over to me, or that estate over to me, or that empire over to me? I mean, that's basically how most people feel, probably. So, I mean,
well, speaking of which, I got a video after this one that'll talk about that actually. So,
play that shit.
Let me show you some of this one. So this is weird because I went to this area in the past few years, and I did not see any Jewish people in here.
Brian Laurie were here to join in the lighting ceremony. In fact, the menorah was lit about 10 minutes ago at 5:50. This is the 50th year that folks are celebrating.
Oh, I guess it's
Hanukkah
happening the night
Union
before.
Square.
I don't know.
Hanukkah symbolizes freedom and the triumph of light over darkness. At Hanukkah celebrations across the Bay Area, including this one in Piedmont, that joy and light felt a little dimmer in the wake of the mass shooting.
Many Jews in America and Israel this morning, the first thing they did was call family in Australia, because we are one big family, and it really does hurt.
Alan Edelstein cheered on his granddaughters as they sang at the Piedmont Hanukkah celebration. He says he worries about the world his grandkids are growing up in.
I see, thankfully, we have the police here, but do other communities, other religious groups, other ethnic groups, when they get together, have to have police guards? But sadly, Jews in America need to have that now. Jews all over the world need to have that now.
Their local rabbi, Mark Bloom, once served as a rabbi in Sydney in the late 90s and says he is still connected to the Jewish community there.
Despite the darkness, let us see the light and let us have a happy Hanukkah no matter what.
Rabbi Moshe Langer of Chabad of San Francisco, who organized the Union Square celebration, also lost a dear friend and classmate.
Our hearts are heavy right now. My dear friend, Rabbi Eli Schlanger, was gunned down in cold blood at a Hanukkah event in Sydney. We're just heartbroken,
He says they must not let darkness win or live in fear. Instead, he says they must stand up against hate.
The people that murdered him, they were trying to snuff that out. They were trying to wipe that out, wipe the joy of our tradition out.
Love has to win out over hate. It's almost as simple as that. But coinciding with that, and this is very much Hanukkah, light always has to overtake darkness.
Alan and his son Jason say, in times of grief, the only solution is unity.
We do not want to feel isolated or alone. We want our fellow community members to be with us in community. Other communities would join us, non-Jews, would join us in standing up for light and for freedom and for peace and against the hate we see.
The overwhelming message tonight, love trumps hate. And so far, it's been a very peaceful event. A lot of folks say the mass shooting did not scare them away. If anything, it inspired them to come out here to join in the celebration, to celebrate their heritage and tradition. Live here at Union Square. I'll send it back to you guys.
Alrighty, Daw. Thanks much.
Well, in a statement, the Jewish Community Relations Council is calling on the nation's leaders to stop the normalization of anti-Semitic rhetoric. They say the rise in anti-Semitism is leading to Jews feeling less safe.
Did you feel less safe now? Mr. Lord, as a gay Jewish man, do you feel more in danger now, or what?
I'm a fat white man. My name is Rick at MIT. Anyway, I mean, look, man, I'm gonna be real. How many Jews are really just humans who are born into their religion? So, you know, I'm against violence in general, but, you know, shit's going to happen regardless. But I do find it a little sus that it happened, especially with here recently with some of the stuff that we've been talking about. So I don't find it coincidental.
Well, I'll tell you what's weird is like this guy is Chabad Lubavitch, which is like a very weird, like Jewish cult. I mean, like even a lot of.
Well,
Jews.
even I know he's a little sus. Yeah.
Well, so I'll give you an example. Like a couple years ago, some random person walked into his building and shot a what do you call it? A cap gun. So this guy walked into his place with a cap gun and pointed at them and shot it off. But it didn't have any bullets in it, right? And then this guy went all over the news talking about how, oh, this is how. In fact, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's like this big news story that was in San Francisco a couple years ago, where it's like this guy walks in with a cap gun into like the Chabad Lubavitch, what do you call it, like place or whatever, and then like has a cap gun and shoots it off. And it's like, well, so if you wanted to hurt people, why would you literally just go and like use a cap gun? You know, it's like, it's just kind of bizarre to me. It's like I'm not saying that crazy people don't exist and they don't do stuff, but it's like, it's a very peculiar, like, kind of situation. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, we really won't know more until we get allegedly more information. So, I mean, and even then, it's going to be speculation. But I assume that most of the stuff in the news is false flag psyop anyway. So,
Shabbat. Oh my God.
It's just to further their agenda, whatever it is in the current day and time.
Let me see if I can find this. San Francisco. Well, that's a different story, but I bet this is relevant. Let's just watch this one and then I'll see if I can find the right one.
Not far from the shooting scene in Pittsburgh, a crowd of hundreds gathered tonight to pay their respects to the victims. Similar vigils were held across the country, including several here in the Bay Area. KPX5's Andrea Borba continues our coverage now from San Francisco.
In the courtyard of the Contemporary Jewish Museum in San Francisco, there were candles, tears, and condemnation.
And demand a different future.
This vigil is to say we cannot become immune. We cannot let that become.
Oh, look, it's a man.
Any of us? You're coming for all of us?
For the massacre of 11 people at a synagogue in Pittsburgh this morning.
To express our sorrow and our anger at the state of affairs in this country, not just because Jews are at risk, not just because we are terrified and scared for our community, but for every minority in this country.
I didn't know a woman could be a rabbi, but okay.
Through song and prayer, grief spilled through the crowd as those here said,
Talk about woke.
They don't feel alone.
I've been reached out to by friends, by other clergy people all day.
He definitely looks like a
I also
Jew.
know that this didn't just
I found one of them.
And he seems gay.
much larger problem in our country.
Jewish
And he's gay too.
moment of mourning as it is a call to action to change society as a whole.
We are going to be building an America going forward where it has nothing to do with Republicans, Democrats. It has to do with changing this country from what has become inhumane and insane.
So it's a bunch of gay Jews.
KPIX5.
In Los Angeles tonight, baseball fans observed a moment of silence for the victims before Game 4 of the World Series. And it shows similarity in Tel Aviv tonight, where this building was lit up with the flags of both the U.S. and Israel.
Uh-oh, there you go. More propaganda. Oh, there you go. Subliminal messages. No, you know what's funny? Is
frightening and confusing moments inside of that synagogue.
Moments and
YouTube has been pushing a lot of American and Israel propaganda in their ads here lately.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
Like a shit ton. It's almost every day I'm getting a different ad pushing both of the flags in my face. And it's like, what the fuck?
So look at this. No, tell me this isn't weird. Like this is 2 years ago, and that same guy is. No, you just saw in the news for the recent event is doing this one. So tell me this is not a very strange news story.
Intentionally meant to terrorize the Jewish worshippers inside. A man walks in, pulls a gun, begins shooting, but the bullets are blanks. Still dangerous, still a criminal act. Tonight we're learning that same man could be tied to another incident. NBC Bears Gia Vang is in the city with the very latest. Gia.
Jessica, the incident at the synagogue happened as worshipers, mostly elderly, were having a small celebration. And a rabbi we spoke with earlier tonight, not mincing words, calling this a terrorist attack.
This is just the people having food.
Cameras captured this group at the Sneerson Center in the Richmond neighborhood where Russian Jews and others come to worship and be together. But around 7:20 Wednesday evening, they had no idea who was about to walk through those doors.
And here comes a guy. It looks like I asked him, you speak Russian? He said yes. So come join us.
This person doesn't want to be identified, but he was in that room. He says the suspect fumbles with a gun, and then you see it. He shoots several times. Police say they were possible blanks. Still, the group in shock. Many didn't dare to make a move.
Could you imagine, like, you invite
that one dude didn't flinch.
You stand unprepared. Everybody was stunned. I couldn't sleep all night. And when I told my wife, she also couldn't sleep.
The only thing people inside that room heard the man saying,
he said, I'm from Mossad,
the National Intelligence Agency of Israel.
It hints to me that this person must have had a target, must have already been anti-Semite.
That's Alon Honikov, who was vice president of the synagogue's board. He says it's clear to him.
This was a terrorist attack. A terrorist, what was the point of it? What does this guy try to accomplish by shooting up a synagogue of Jews? Terror.
Honikov reported this to police today since the others didn't the previous night, saying they were afraid of retaliation if the suspect was arrested and then released. But as Honikov locks his doors for the night, he's already thinking ahead. With this guy still out there, they'll probably need security for Shabbat, the Jewish day of rest that happens from sunset Friday to sunset Saturday.
I want this person caught because I'm scared that next time it won't be blank bullets.
And police will...
Well, I guess it's not the same guy, actually, so I guess I was wrong. But you get the gist. It's kind of like weird. It's like, okay, so you're going to go around, like, shoot blanks into a room. Like, how's that going to change anything in your favor? I don't understand. But...
Yeah, when you examine it to its logical conclusion, not really knowing his motive, no, there's no sensible reason for why he did it. Assuming it wasn't a completely conscripted, event, completely, because then the fact that one dude in that hat didn't even on the left or whatever, that one dude didn't even flinch,
Yeah, exactly.
whether or not, he was not afraid to die in that moment. Most people, when the sound of a gun goes off, even someone like me who's been around gunfire, I can tell you still flinch every once in a while. So, I don't know. I believe just about everything's fucking, like I said, scripted. Just about everything. It was the only thing that makes sense. I'm not, like we said, I'm not saying there's not some crazy people out there, but there's just some stuff that really makes you scratch your head and go wonder, how did that person ever make it that far in life to begin with? How did that person never go out there and do this and do that before? Why is it only this moment in life that this person decides? I mean, sure, you'll never know at the end of the day, but when it comes to stuff that's themed around that or them, it definitely seems like it's to sigh off the masses. But go ahead, go play this shit.
Dozens of local residents woke up to find anti-Semitic flyers scattered across their neighborhood.
To see that, locally such baseless, hate is very disturbing, is upsetting.
Rabbi Shmuley Reitman is the head of the Chabad of Danville and San Ramon. He says a member of his congregation found one of the flyers during her morning walk and called him to report it. In recent months, several Bay Area cities, including San Jose, Palo Alto, and San Francisco, have all had similar flyers pop up. But experts say these aren't isolated incidents. Over the past several years, anti-Semitic crimes have risen nationwide.
We are not seeing signs of abatement right now, and we are seeing a steady increase.
Teresa Drenick is the deputy regional director of the local chapter of the Anti-Defamation League. She says these flyers in particular blame the entire COVID-19 pandemic on Jewish people and have shown up in at least 8 states. They're created by a fringe extremist group that tries to spread racist, anti-Semitic, and white nationalist ideologies.
This really dangerous rhetoric is very reminiscent of Nazi propaganda during the early 20th century, then alleging that Jews were responsible for myriad issues, including the typhoid outbreak.
Despite the vitriol, Rabbi Reitman says the community response has been overwhelming.
This definitely doesn't define Danville. This is not the town of Danville. This is not America.
And he vows to not let the hatred win.
I think that we can focus on the negative, or we can use this as an opportunity to counter with kindness and love and goodness. And I think that's what we need to do.
In Danville, Tim Johns, ABC 7 News.
Wake up, bro! Wake up, bud. Come on, Mark. Come on, wake up, bud. Come on.
On October 24th, 2023, panic ensues at the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department in California when a
Two people were found dead at the home of award-winning actor and director Rob Reiner. Good evening to you. I'm Susan Hirasuna. Authorities say they were found around 3:43 this afternoon at the Chadbourne Avenue home. LAFD says the victims are a 78-year-old man and a 68-year-old woman. Those are the same ages as Reiner and his wife. Fox 7's Rachel Aragon is live near the scene in Brentwood with breaking details for us. Rachel.
Yes, Susan, again, police confirming 2 people found dead inside this Brentwood home. I'm going to step back for you so you can see just what we're looking at here. About a block away, this is off of South Chadbourne Avenue near Hanover Street. As you mentioned, Susan, the call initially coming in for police around 3:30 or so this afternoon. We know that, again, 2 people found dead inside, the ages and the 78-year-old man and a 68-year-old woman. So far, LAPD not confirming the identity of those 2 people found dead inside. But as you just stressed, the home is owned by famous actor and director Rob Reiner. Reiner, of course, well known for many TV and film credits, things like Wolf of Wall Street, as well as All in the Family. We're still learning more information here in Brentwood, but again, we want to know whether or not, of course, these deaths were suspicious. Back here live at the scene, though, you can see there is still plenty of people here out and this taped off. But again, we are still learning more information about the nature of these deaths, and of course we'll keep you posted throughout the evening.
Rachel, do you know much about his children? Is there some suggestion that one of his children might be involved in this?
We're still learning more information regarding that. We do see, though, Susan, plenty of neighbors outside. A lot of people, as we were driving by here, though, kind of wondering what's going on, because as we know, we have Skyfox up here and many other helicopters. Clearly, there's people and neighbors concerned about what is happening here in an otherwise quiet neighborhood, quiet area, which is Brentwood. But so far, no information regarding his children.
Rachel Aragon, thank you so much for your reporting. Good evening. I'm Susan.
I think Rob Reiner did the Princess Bride too, if I remember correctly. You remember that movie? Princess Bride.
Here soon,
Oh my
Christmas
gosh.
lights aglow.
Shut up. Uh-oh. I think Dark Lark has fallen asleep. I've bored him to death. Finally, my job is complete.
No, I'm here. Just.
All right, I know you. I know you'll remember this one here. It's an oldie but a goodie right here.
You know whose house you in? It's my house. It's my house. It's the house of things. Get the do-rag up the bed.
I stole my mother's car a couple times. I did like $10,000 with the damage in one night.
I don't even know why I'm really here.
Juvenile.
You ever seen this before? Boy, I'm asking you a question. You better answer me good. Hello, are you there, William? William, I'm asking you a question. You wouldn't want to make me angry now, would you, boy? Let's be a good boy and give Daddy an answer.
All offenders are brought to a maximum security prison in an effort to scare them straight.
Excuse me. There we go. Listen, can I get a quick mineral water before we get started?
Mineral water?
Or a plain one. A plain one would be just fine for me.
This ain't Hollywood, motherfucker. This is hell.
Oh, well, apparently he's never been to Hollywood because it's pretty hellacious.
Shut the up. That's why you can laugh. No. We gotta laugh in here, boy. We gotta laugh in here.
Get the memo about not laughing. Was there a memo?
Shut the up.
You do not have to yell. I am right here.
You're the one that's gonna be yelling when my is stuck up on your and a tingling giant from your mother, my bitch.
Is that even physically possible?
That's such a white guy response. I like that. Come on, man. That's funny. That is funny. You gotta admit. You got to admit. That's good.
Because where is your? Because how can it be?
You tell me.
Okay, that's not nice. That is not nice. Okay, you know what? I'm not talking to you. Tell me when he's gone.
Do you know whose house you in? This is my house. The house of pain.
I like that. That was scary right there. That was good. That was good. Mr. Green Mile, huh? Mr. Green Mile. What is your real name?
Popper.
Okay. Mr. Popper. Let's see, because I'm a little bit of an actor when I'm not incarcerated. I know you're not really angry. In there, you've got a warm, fuzzy teddy bear. And right now, I need a big, mean, bald black man. Just a quick note, if I may. You're in my motherfucking house. I'm motherfucking pain. You're my mama now. Mama, yeah.
Dick is fucking hilarious, dude. Fucking hilarious. That's so funny, dude.
And scene. Okay? See what I did there? You got the guns, man. Use them. You know, use them. It scares them. Woo! I'm scared of the arms. And just a little bit of the pelvis. Take your body into it. And with bitch, I stretched it into biatch. You can have that. What's the ETA on that mineral water? New Andy Dick Show.
I'm David Berman, and I'm Andy Dick's personal assistant.
It will be there by the end of the business day. Berman, in here.
Didn't make it on.
Hey, how about this one? They say pimping ain't easy, Andy. But what they won't tell you is much, much more difficult being a prostitute.
My aunt turned her house into a bed and breakfast. I guess she woke up and said, not enough strangers are fucking here.
He died of a heart attack at his home in Malibu. That's horrible. Do you want to hear my impression of the
That's going to be you if you don't lose weight.
You want to hear my impression of the 9/11 call from Johnny Carson?
911 call.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. But 9/11 was a national tragedy.
Yes, it was.
Why'd you laugh at that?
Coming this fall to a network near you. You said no more shows about gay people. And we said, oh, Manson.
Sunday mornings in the park. Kids play baseball, doggies bark. Who's that creeping in the dark? Oh, Manson.
Explain to me again why we ended up with a 6'3" satanic foster child.
Mom, Dad, is it okay if I summon the devil to help clean my room? Stop it! Home sweet home on the welcome mat. In our house, that's where it's at. Who sacrificed the neighbor's cat? Oh, Manson. Well, it sounds like Jerry wasn't really your friend to begin with. You know. I'll be your friend. In the hoary netherworld of hell.
Thanks, Manson.
Don't mention it. Let me whip you up a lamb's blood smoothie. Sugar and spice and everything nice. Mom's in the kitchen, baking it twice. Who's cold chilling with the Antichrist? Oh, Manson. Dog spelled backwards is God.
It's like me to fall asleep.
Mom, when you die, can I have your heart for my collection?
Wasn't the dog's heart enough? Oh, Manson.
Starring Ed. Begley Jr., Cindy Williams, Cole Sprouse, and Marilyn Manson as Manson. Oh, Manson.
Andy's Dick Show was fucking hilarious, dude. Like, dude was a visionary in many ways. Oh my god. All right, now I'm just lonely here watching stuff by myself. Let's watch a little San Francisco action.
Other Santas enjoy a day of festive frivolity. The city is working alongside to draw more people to Union Square with its annual Winter Walk. And John Ramos has that story.
Say what you want about San Francisco, but this is a city that knows how to party, and all it takes is a red and white suit or a little blue carpeting. It's hard not to succeed in business when you can get hundreds of Santa Clauses converging on the area. The annual SantaCon has become the city's most popular pub crawl, with everyone decked out like Saint Nick.
We started coming here about a couple of years ago, just get some holiday cheer going, and it's just like seeing hundreds of Santas on the street. It's a sight to see. Like, it's an experience. It's a fun time. It's a fun time.
I'm very confused. I have no idea how this started. They invited me out. I requested the day off, so have a little bit of fun, but I have no idea how this started or anything, but it seemed a good day to get away from everything for a day,
It is so much fun. You get to mingle and meet a whole bunch of festive people.
How much festive have you had so far?
So much.
With so many people coming, the Union Square Alliance uses it as the kickoff to its Winter Walk Festival. 2 blocks of Stockton Street are decked out in blue outdoor turf with food trucks, pop-up stores, and winter-themed photo ops.
We have records of Winter Walk from 2016 where it was holiday decor. The turf was out here, but it's really grown to what it is now in 2025, and we're so happy with how it turned out.
It actually started in the 2014 Christmas season when someone got the idea of covering the street in green artificial turf. They were amazed at how much fun people were having with just a wide open place to play. And now they've carried the idea on to become a bona fide holiday tradition.
Look around. I mean, people come down to Union Square to celebrate life's greatest moments. And for something this big and interactive, for all of the families and friends and loved ones to come together, putting this on year after year is so important for us, for overturning that negative narrative around Union Square, around San Francisco, and that's what keeps us going.
The shopping district is still trying to recover from the pandemic and a high-profile rash of retail crime. Many stores have left, and the flagship Macy's says it's on its way out. But for those still operating, Mayor Daniel Lurie had good news. Crime is way down, he said, and there is a renewed sense of hope in Union Square and across the city.
San Francisco, y'all, it's happening. It is happening. So, listen, the world is starting to know and get to know that we are not only on the way back, but we are going to be back to our rightful spot of being the greatest city in the world again. And I'll close with this. Let's go San Francisco.
Retail still has plenty of economic challenges, but it can't hurt for San Francisco's premier shopping destination to have a few cheerleaders. That and a couple of hundred Santa Clauses.
That is John Ramos, and if you can't
have a love. Up next on Making a Video with Daphne Aguilera, here's Christina Aguilera's mother's friend who lives on the same block.
Daphne's on set.
Here's the real first lady of pop, Daphne Aguilera.
Don't step on that. Daphne's on the set.
Everyone, meet Daphne Aguilera.
Yeah, whatever. How's it go?
Right, left, and look. Hit. Right, left, and look. Hit.
I got it. I'm gonna be up in my room.
Daphne, I want you to meet your new male star, TJ.
TJ's cute. He's so cute. The concept for this video is I'm so hot, everybody wants to screw me. And that's pretty much it. Very jazzed up to be shooting this video. Not just as Christina Aguilera's cousin, which I am. Her mother is my mom's cousin's friend, or they live on the same block. And so basically cousins. And you can see in the face, obviously. The choreography.
Come on and LARP with your friends. Yeah, this is just hilarious because, like, if you're a millennial like us and you grew up with Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera, this is like a very good parody of, like, you know, transgender Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, and I don't know, they just don't make sketch comedy like this anymore. I have to admit, Sam Hyde is doing some good stuff, but it's not. It doesn't have like the charm of this kind of stuff. Like, this stuff is very hard to replicate now.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Distinctly remember some kind of left-right situation, and look, and now all I hear is numbers, and I can't work with just numbers. 6, 8, 9, 20. I don't give a shit what numbers you can throw out. I'm not a mathematician. I'm a singer and a dancer.
Rehearsal's up.
Who's this?
Don't worry about that.
Who the is this? And who put this in there?
It came with the frame. It must have just come.
This came with the frame. I don't think so. This is somebody's idea of a joke, and I'm.
Oh yes, the avian Aryans.
Yeah, I went to bed yesterday at 5 p.m. and I woke up at 3 a.m. You believe that? That's crazy.
Perfect. Well, welcome back.
What's up? How are you doing?
Good, man. I'm watching some Andy Dick right now. You ever seen Andy Dick show before?
Oh no, I haven't seen it.
Oh my god, man, you're missing out. You know who Christina Aguilera is?
Yes.
And you know who what's his name? Britney Spears is. So this is like his this is from like more than 20 years ago. 20 years ago probably. So this is like his mashup. So he like mixed Christina Aguilera and Britney Spears into like one transgender character, and he's like playing that character. And yeah, this dude is very, like, Andy Dick is a very funny. This show was very funny. It's like, it was very edgy. I think it still is pretty edgy. It's just that the humor is not popular anymore, but it's a pretty edgy like TV show he did. It's like very bizarre humor, you know. But yeah, Lorp was here earlier and we did some show, and Pinoy was here, but everybody left me hanging over here. So.
Oh yeah, that seems cool. Yeah, that seems cool.
I'm just chilling for now. But I'll play a little bit of this while I'm regrouping. I might cover some stuff with you if I'm not sure how much longer I'll be awake either. But while I'm here, I'll do a little LARPing with you.
What time is it where you live? Or like
It's 1 a.m.
1 a.m.
I'm just winding down. I got home late and so I'm just wrapping up everything from that. I'm just now getting done with like my day. So, but yeah.
It's 4 a.m. here. You believe that? 4 a.m. here.
Oh, did you hear about the woman in Georgia? She got acid thrown on her face or something.
Yeah, I heard of that. Yeah, actually, I did. Yes, I heard of that.
Pretty crazy.
And there are parts of Georgia that are you cannot really walk because you have to be careful of joggers. What they call joggers.
What is that? What does that mean?
You don't know what that means? It means black thugs. Thuggish black people.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Like I heard that. Remember, there was like that two white guys who like shot that guy who went into their house or something.
Oh, I shot someone too actually when they had a home break-in in one part of my house, and then the person exited out, and I had a roommate at that time, because I needed rent money, and he told me in the back someone had entered the house, and then they were trying to re-enter from the front, so I shot them. It was a black guy. Yes.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. So I mean, that's a real story, right? And he died, right?
No, he didn't die though. I shot him in the shoulder.
What did he say to you?
Well, he was blackout drunk, so he didn't know what he was doing. And so, if he didn't enter, I wouldn't have shot. But he entered, and then he was attempting to re-enter. And so like, I don't know. I wasn't taking any risk.
No, I don't blame you. I mean, like that's one thing for me is like I'm a pretty chill person, but if somebody starts like threatening, it's like I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know what I'm capable of doing, so like, I'd rather not find out too. It's like I grew up in that neighborhood for a few years, and like it forever changed me because like I grew up in such an unstable household, but it was like safe. You know what I mean? And then when I moved to like a place that was like unstable household and not safe, I was like, it just put me on edge because like there's people trying to like kick in your back door and stuff, and it's pretty weird. It's just weird. It was just weird to me. I was like, how do people like live their life like this? You know what I mean? Like I just never could understand it, but it put me in like a really different frame of mind from that point forward. I was like, wow, like, these people are like I figure like people like that, they don't care about their life. You know what I mean? So that's what's weird about it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But the area I live in isn't that bad. It was just during BLM, when they were getting uppity, you know what I mean? So like,
yeah. That was such a weird thing because again, it's just weird. It's like, I'm sure there's some well-meaning people involved in that, but for the most part, what I saw was like a bunch of people who just didn't care about their life, like going and doing stupid shit. And then it's like saying like, oh, the police shouldn't shoot people, but it's like, dude, I've watched a lot of cop videos, like. A lot of these people are like literally trying to get themselves shot. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't know what to say. It's like I'm not saying the police are always justified, but I'm also saying like, dude, like if you're going like out of your way to like put somebody's life in danger, like anybody's gonna react to that. You know what I mean? Like I'm just saying, like I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a socially conservative person. In general, I tend to be more socially conservative compared to other people.
Yeah, well, I'm saying like this is like, look, like I'm not saying all the laws are right, but what I'm saying is like, dude, like if you've done some sort of really bad crime and the police are coming to get you, or even not a bad crime, like you start like acting like you're gonna like kill them or you're gonna pull a gun or you're gonna hit them with a baseball bat or something. It's like, dude, like don't be surprised when you get shot. I mean, it's like.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like I couldn't be. I don't think I could be a cop because, like, I just take threats too seriously. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, I think the cops that I've seen are really well restrained. You know what I mean? Like, if you put your life in danger almost every day, like, I don't think most people can fathom like how much stress that really is. You know, like that's a lot of fucking stress to go under. You know what I mean? Where you just don't know like what frame of mind a person's in every day. You know. Like, that's a weird position to be in for sure.
Yeah, it it does not seem like an easy job. Really, you know, yeah.
Yeah, and again, that doesn't mean that like the cops aren't like corrupt or the cops aren't like working for the bad people or something. Like I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is like you know, the stress of the position is very you know, very hard to like wrap your head around. You know, like my life's been in danger a few times, and I can tell you like it does like make you. It does put you like I'm sure like now every time you hear a knock on the door or something like in the back of your mind you're thinking like am I gonna have to shoot somebody? Right? Like it does put you in a different frame of life. Right?
Well, the problem is my dad and my mom blamed me, and you know my dad confiscated my gun. You know, and that's not very good. Like, yeah, yeah, that's the problem with liberals. You know, I mean, liberals they tend not to care for the cops when they die, but they cry for the so-called minorities or something.
Yeah, well, it's weird because it's like I grew up around a lot of people who are criminals, and most of them are white, right? And nobody cried for the white guy when he did something stupid and went to jail, right? You know what I mean? So that's why I don't get it. I'm like,
It's a victim narrative. You see, on
like
the top are Jews, and then below them are the blacks. White people, white straight men are on the bottom. Like no one really
yeah,
cares.
and look, there's a lot of stupid reasons why people go to jail, but like if you're a career criminal and you're doing drugs and you're stealing and you're like breaking into people's houses and stuff, like you're on borrowed time, right? Like I'm just sorry, but if you make a habit out of doing certain things, it's like, dude, you're at some point people are gonna get tired of your shit. You know what I mean? So it just is what it is. I just think this whole like victim mentality, like feel bad, like it's just weird to me because like go to San Francisco. I'm sure you experienced it where you live at too. But it's like, and you go and see like the way these people act. And here's the funny part: is like I don't think that many people really feel sorry for them. I think it's like some sort of like trick where they're like, let's pretend to feel sorry for them and then get them out of prison, but really like we're just trying to like kill them off with drugs or something. I don't know. I think there's something else going on, but it's pretty weird. Yeah, whatever they're trying to do is pretty weird.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, definitely agree.
We'll watch a little bit of this one for a second. Let's see.
Sure.
So take this away from me. In fact, shove it up your.
Hey, Daphne, you could just lip sync.
Oh, okay, and you can just spite me because this bitch ain't no Milli Vanilli. I'm just kidding. Ooh, that was the wet one. You know what? Wardrobe, clean up on aisle 7. I'm gonna be in my trailer. TJ, my trailer. I actually feel sorry for Christina. You know, just had to deal with all those rumors about Fred Durst. And I confess, I'm the one that Fred Durst. I did the whole band. And let me tell you, their biscuits were not lit for me. Biscuits. That was a wet one. Thank God I'm wearing this spacesuit. Dear Heavenly Father, please bless the crew and the cast of this video. Daphne's on the set.
So what do you think when you see this beautiful piece of art?
I think it's just social engineering to like in prep for the yeah.
Like now, if you laughed at this, you'd be called a bigot and a homophobe. But 20 years ago, this was like this is on like MTV or something like that. I think this is an MTV show. Actually.
They use humor as a way to get people used to it, and then they make it more normal or something. Yeah, but it does seem funny though. I mean, I read a lot of 90s cartoons. Some of them, like, they would make fun of transsexuals or like poke fun at it, but now you will not see that or something.
Daphne on set. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now the world premiere of Daphne Aguilera's video. Naughty Baby did a no-no.
Here I am. I've been waiting for so long. I did something that was very, very wrong. You know the lessons that I need to learn about. So take my toys away and give me time out. Whoopsie daisy, I've been bad. Messed up everything we had. Naughty baby, didn't know. No, won't you spank me like my dad? Well, I guess I play the fool. You better keep me after school. Naughty baby, didn't know. No, come on, touch me. Make me drown. Naughty baby, didn't know. No. Oh, oh. Come on. Naughty baby, didn't know. No.
Yeah, sorry, I had to step away for a second. So, but yeah, what did you think of that beautiful artwork that we watched?
Yeah, it reminds me of older MTV stuff that could be kind of funny. Yeah, it reminds me of the older MTV. Yeah.
Yeah, MTV used to have really good shows on it. I think MTV's done now. I think they ended as a brand, unfortunately. They have some good shows. They honestly had some pretty good social engineering brainwashing stuff on there. But
Did you ever like Beavis and Butthead?
yeah, I did. It was I watched
Yeah.
it quite a lot when I was like 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, same here. I like Beavis and Butthead a lot.
Yeah, I watched. I would say like that, and then like Tom Green, Jackass. I was talking about Jackass earlier. Jackass is like one of the most important psyops, I think, of our generation. I think it was huge. I think if you really understand what Jackass was, it was like a really giant psyop on people like people of our age, you know.
I actually didn't watch much Jackass, believe it or not. I never really saw much. I did watch a lot of Beavis and Butthead.
Well, if you watch it, I'll play some in a minute too. Let me look that up. I'll play you a little bit of this. I want to get your impression of this.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Yeah, yeah. But I like Beavis and Butthead too. I watched quite a lot of it.
Yeah, Daria also, yeah.
Yeah, I watched a lot of Daria too. That was a good show. And Celebrity Deathmatch and stuff like that. And TRL, of course. Yeah, so you get it. I mean, I was down there not too long ago, and yeah. Oh shit! I switched the thing. My bad. You weren't watching that. My bad.
Hi, I'm Johnny Knoxville. Welcome to Jackass.
With my perceptions and a mix down 20 miles through the sticks to the cloudy town of Bellevue, population 96. Except for vacancy, well, maybe in the shadow of the night. All the strangers passing through it where the rules just don't apply. To left the store, food on the right, stay free from sight. Cause 96 quite bitter beings like to stack the.
Yeah, this is a terrible compilation, by the way. But anyways, you get the idea.
Yeah, I think I did see it, but I didn't really like it for some reason as a kid. Yeah, but I think Tim and Eric is pretty funny though. You know about Tim and Eric?
I actually never watched that show.
Yeah, that one can be funny. Like, yeah, but this one doesn't seem like it.
Did you ever watch Tom Green?
I think I did, but I don't remember it that well.
So to show my parents how much I love them, I've turned my parents' vehicle into more than just a vehicle. I've turned it into the Slutmobile.
Right. You like it, Dad? Come look at it, Dad.
We'll talk to your mother. I'm going to work. What? What's the big deal?
Big deal.
It's permanent. Come look at it.
That's permanent.
What do you mean?
It's on the police right now.
You like it? Mom. You trying to wipe it off? Mom. Well, Mom, what? A dad can't take the bus to work. I'm going to take the Slutmobile to the bus stop. Wow, there's a lot of people at the bus stop. I hope my dad's not embarrassed by his Slutmobile. Come on, I'll drive you to work. What?
That thing better if you walked off the road. I don't know how you got it on there.
It's permanent. It's a present. Dad, don't worry if your neighbor sees the Slutmobile. I mean, it's just your Slutmobile. In today's day and age with debit cards and credit cards and all this crap, fewer and fewer people are paying with cash. I should just pay with something smaller, since it's only $5. It's okay. Yeah. It's okay. Like a five. I just need like a $5 bill. Would be good.
You're making a mess.
What's that?
What are you doing?
We're doing a piece about money and stuff.
Count. Break that.
Okay. Oh boy. I went next door to try to get some change made. I tried to get them. I tried to get them to make me a 5, but they wouldn't give the change.
What did you just do here? You don't come in here and dump a ton of pennies on the thing and say, I want to pay with that there. A thing like that, that shows no intelligence at all.
I'm so stupid.
No, dickhead, give me that stuff.
I'm following you. I just went in the drugstore and bought some condoms. I'm running. Plastic bag, plastic bag, plastic bag, a plastic bag. Plastic bag, I got a plastic bag. You have some stuff in your green plastic bag and you're going to carry it to the other side of the street. You're walking somewhere. You're going somewhere really fast. Your name is Dennis. Dennis D. From Saskatchewan. I'm dressed in purple, walking down the street. I'm dressed in purple. Gosh.
So what do you think of that psyop?
Well, it seems like it's not really that funny though. Yeah, I mean, it's strange. Like
It's definitely
maybe some other stuff.
But this is also like in like 2000, 2001, something like that. And he had been doing this for like 10 years before he got on MTV or something. So he did this in like Canada for like 5 or 10 years or something. And then finally got on MTV or something. It's pretty weird. It was a pretty weird show because it was like the first time I ever saw like public pranking. So it was like real public pranking essentially. Yeah, here we go. This is the one I wanted to share.
Law to milk cows now. Time to milk cows. I'm the police officer. It's time to milk. It's time to milk. Time to milk cows. I'm a police officer, and it's time to milk cows. It's milking time. It's milking time. Milking time. It's milking time.
So what do you think of that one?
What I feel. I don't know. It's kind of gross. Yeah, I know about the movie Freddy Got Fingered. I never watched that one, but
Oh my god, that's a good. Honestly, I think that movie is a genius movie. It's like, I think the more I've watched that movie many times, and the more I've watched it, I think it's like a deeper. It's like there's something deeper going on. It's like some sort of like infield for shit or something. It's like pretty crazy.
yeah, that definitely seems to be the case. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it yet, though. But yeah.
You have not seen that movie? I think you should see it. If you haven't seen it, you should see it one time.
Yeah, I should see it.
It's definitely like, a woman probably would not want to see that movie because it's extremely offensive.
Yeah, I've seen clips of it. Yeah.
You've seen clips? What clip did you see?
Well, let me see. I have to think again. I mean, I forgot. I mean, in the past I saw a clip. Yeah, probably that one.
You see if I can find just a little sample for you. They never have the best scenes on here because they actually can't show the best scenes on here. I think, but
Oh, it's okay. I'm a doctor.
No, get me a real doctor.
I am a real doctor. I'm a real doctor.
Gord, you really want to be an animator? Get inside. Get inside the animals.
I'd like to build the world a home, filled with love. Grow up with trees and honeybees and snow white turtle-doves. I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. I'd like to hold it in my heart and keep it
Yeah, I mean that one was pretty funny. It's pretty crazy though, but funny.
yeah. Well, in context, it makes more sense, but not much more sense. But it's pretty funny though.
Yeah, I did watch USF. Yeah, that one I remember.
Yeah, I've tried to watch that movie many times, but I can never like get into it. But I do like Weird Al Yankovic though.
Yeah, I do like Weird Al. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very funny. But I don't know. It's crazy. Throw the Jew down the well. But yeah. I would like to keep going, but I'm getting pretty tired. And
Yeah, it was nice talking to you. Yeah,
You
I'll
too.
see you some other time. Hope you have a good night.
yeah, I want to. Yeah, I want to do more, but oops, oh my god, there we go. Yeah, I want to do more, but I'm just like super tired. And
Yeah.
but,
See you later, Neurojack. Have a good
yeah, I
night.
appreciate it. Yeah, we'll try to do some more. I have some actually really good material I want to cover with you, and that conversation we were having last night with Machine was good. So I want to rehash that in the near future because that was a pretty good one. I like where the direction that was headed. That was a pretty good conversation. But yeah, I appreciate it.
So yeah, see you later, man. See you.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for being here.